Hello. Hello. Hello, cutie patooties. Hello, 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 hello. Hi. How are the lovely beans doing today? How are the cutest patooties doing? Plus, congratulations on your first. But now you've broken your system. You've broken your system. Well, congrats on first being Biotic, congrats on second. And Pendris, congrats on third. Hello, hello. Oof, 33 and 30%, but Pliers rolling in with the 96. A very good year. Hello, Beans. How you all doing? Let the pawns go first. Oof. Oof. Also, Pliers, cutie patootie, thank you for the 120 stream streak. That's crazy. It's still that's like, that is quite literally like a third of a year worth of just streams in the streak, not in like the actual amount of, in fact the amount of weeks that would be even more because it's not 7 streams a week, but like still, god damn, you crazy. I appreciate you, Bean. What the heck? Dinodor. How are you guys doing though? How are you all doing? How is your Wednesday treating you? I hope you guys have been having a good day so far. Yeah, I don't know if it's the same for everywhere, but it's finally cooled off here, and like the temperature dropped off a cliff. Boop. Hi, Pendris. Thank you for the boop, lovely. The temperature dropped off a cliff today. Like, holy heck, it's so nice and cool again. It's like 20 degrees. I love it. I actually contemplated wearing pants. That's how cold. That's how much colder it is. All of a sudden, it was honestly a wild difference. But I got to just leave my window open instead of having to lock it up for the air conditioner. It's amazing. It's amazing. I know, fool. Welcome in. Imagine wearing pants. I know it. I said I thought about it. I didn't say I went as far as to do such a blasphemous activity. But I thought about it, you know? I'm wearing some blue chino short thingies I've had for ages. But shorts don't agree with my thighs. You got them thunder thighs. Because they're too tight in the feet. Honestly, that is kind of the problem. Like, I can do shorts that go down to the knees, right? Shorts that go down to the knees, completely fine. Shorts that are any, like, shorter than that, though, I have that same problem. Are you sure? Are you sure? You want to say that you're slutty? I'm also wearing shorts, chinos. Purple! You have purple shorts. Okay, see, that would be what I'd need to, like, be convinced to wear shorts. To wear, like, shorter shorts. If I got purple shorts... Yeah, I only have, like, jeans shorts. Like, the shorter jeans that go around to, like, knees. But even those ones sometimes... Look, I got strong boy thighs. I got pole dancer thighs, okay? So, like, there's meat down there. Wait. No, wait, stop, don't. We're gonna move on from that. Anyway, you gonna do with the shorts? Hey, yo. Hey. No flirting in chat, only with me. I mean, what? I'm joking. Thank God Biotic doesn't know how to add quotes. I'm safe. Hi, numbers. Welcome in, welcome in. Plies, you do it. He already gave up. He already gave up. Perfect. Oh, also. Let me put... I did actually preemptively make a bongo cat lobby. But the what? Bruh. Ah. 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 You little... Ah. Here you go. Here's your bongo cat lobby, and just screw you for that. I will say though, my OCD is immediately triggered by that quote because one, you didn't capitalize the first word, and then two, you didn't put a dash before the person that it's attributed to, and so my little brain is like, nah! My OCD is like, it doesn't fit. Gagged at the pageant. Yep, just to make it obvious. Oh my god. Ah, Plies. Never change. I appreciate you. You crazy bean. Oh my god. What a start. What a start to the day. So, So. Wait, why didn't that work? Wait, why didn't biotic should be? Question mark. Oh, wait! That's why. Yeah. It's mods and VIPs. Sometimes I forget that biotic doesn't have the VIP diamond. It needs to go before. I'm also annoyed by the non-capitalized T, but I was too hot to go back and change it. Also, 20. It's 25 for you? Damn. No, it's 20. Let me see. Outside, let me look at the exact temperature. The exact temperature right now is 22 degrees outside. So in my room, it's probably around 25 degrees. But I think the bigger difference today is that the humidity is like only 40-ish%, whereas yesterday it was like 50 to 60%. So like the humidity's down and the temperature's down by about 10-ish degrees. In my room at least. Let me check. If I turn the air conditioner on, it will tell me what the temperature is. Yeah, it's 25 in my room. So it's 25 in my room. It's 26 outside for you. Damn. You know, I can adjust the quote though. It's all good. It's all good. I may or may not have already been doing that. Leaves. Well, damn. Biotic Angie. Alright, where's the quote system again? Yeah, services. I always forget. I don't know why it's under. I understand why it's under services, but also why is it under services? eh. Eh. There we go. I think they're all. I'm looking at the quotes list real quick, and then I just remember seeing Biotic War Lesbian. Oh, there's actually. Wait, what? There's a Biotic War Lesbian quote. Yeah. Um, 26 outside, but 25 inside. Yeah, here it's 22 outside, but 25-ish inside. So I literally have sunlight on my leg, and I'm cooking like a chicken wing. All right, time to fry biotic. Is 26 hot? I don't think 26 is high, but 30s is high. Come on, Coco, let us Europeans complain about. Also, Coco, don't you live in a desert? You guys don't have the... You don't have the humidity we have. You gotta remember that half of Europe's like a frickin' swamp. You gotta remember that we live in a swamp. Humidity makes a huge difference in temperature. Because I will say, like, 30 degrees in drier air feels wonderful. Way, way better than, like, 25 degrees in high humidity. Like, when I was in Dubai and it was over 30 degrees Celsius, it still felt way cooler than it actually felt cold to me. Because the air there was just really, really dry. Whereas like here, I think probably felt like 30 degrees there felt like maybe like 18 degrees here. Just because of like the humidity difference. Which is, sorry, I'm noticing that there's a couple of the quotes that aren't like unified in design, and so I'm now just going through the entire quotes list and adjusting them all so that they're all following the exact same layout and formatting, because I probably have OCD. Why are you not? No, you're also not. Sorry that I'm probably missing a bunch of stuff in chat right now, and I will catch up to it in just a second. I just need to make sure that everything makes sense for my little brain. Then I'll be happy. There we go. Okay. All the quotes have been reformatted correctly. Oh goodness, yes, chat moved a lot. Yes, 26 here in like humidity is probably hotter than what you're imagining. I think it peaked 35 yesterday. Yeah. Hi, Linda. How are Kitty Linda? How's Kitty Linda doing today? Alright, you should totally look at the food channel. I will take a look see in a moment. I was just lazy and blame the weather, okay? Mm-hmm. Plouse needs an excuse, alright? Because Plouse, listen, Plouse can do no wrong. Therefore, if it occurs that something is done incorrectly and it may seem like it was Plouse, there has to have been some kind of outside influence that has caused that to happen. Therefore, Plouse can do no wrong because he's a perfect little being. Okay? I do live in an air fryer. Yeah, see, warm and humid. That's the problem. That's the problem. Hi, Jeroen. Good afternoon, evening to you too. How you doing? How you doing? Are you in there? Cause you a snack? Oh my. Oh my. Okay, let's look at the pretty food that Linda is sharing. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, pretty foods. Ooh, so many pretty foods. Oh, that meat is cooked so better. Thank you for the 3 dream streak numbers. Take care. Better. Oh, what is that last thing, Linda? What is that last thing? It looks so pretty with the little butterflies in it and everything. What is that? It's like some kind of dessert, but like, what is it? There's so much going on. I don't understand. Is it like a Because like it looks like at the bottom there's like something chocolatey. So I'm gonna assume like a mousse maybe. But then what are the things on the top? Because those look all like nubbly. Cute Linda threw their back out. Linda, why would you do that? Now you make me sound toxic? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean make you sound toxic? I'm fine, just eat. Oh, is it still hot down for you, Jeroen? I'm sorry to hear that, friend. Yeah, thankfully here at least for here along the coast, it's gone down to a more reasonable temperature, and I can survive now without my air conditioner on, which feels nice. I don't like having the air conditioner on because it's loud, and it's annoying, and it uses a lot of power, and it's bad for the environment. But at the same time, I don't want to die. So like, but then I'm happy when it's cold enough that, or at least like at a temperature that I don't need to use it. So now we can just sweat a little like a normal human being. Sun shining through the window, decided I'll just spray SPF all over them instead of closing the shutters. I want to say that's next level laziness, but at the same time, you are spraying SPF all over. So like, then it's also not lazy. It's a triple choco mousse with homemade chocolate. Oh my god, that sounds so good. Why would you kill? That's a good question, actually. Linda, why would you kill butterflies? Why did you murder the butterflies? And right now I'm numbing on roti. Oh, I want roti. Maybe that's what I'll make tomorrow. Ooh, maybe tomorrow I make roti. That's a great idea. Linda, I'm stealing your idea. Thank you. Flies. Hi, Red. Blaze, thank you for the hydrate. Alright, chat. If I have to hydrate, so do you better drink some water, right? Meow. Or else. Nice cold water. It's so good. It's so good. I haven't been outside yet this afternoon, but it's the heat that's stuck in my... Oh, fair. Yeah. At least, like, we're at the tail end of the heat wave, so it should be cooling back down to more normal degrees again. So you'll be able to live like a normal human being soon. Can I come over for the roti, please? Of course! Of course. The door is always open for Plaus. For little Plaus. This needs to cool down a bit outside so I can open my windows and let it... Yeah. Yeah, today, at least, it's interesting. It's funny how, like, even though we're not that far apart, like, you're not that, like, far away, despite that, the temperature difference can still be so big. It's crazy. It's crazy. Temperatures are wild. Anyone on antidepressants has to drink double water as well? There you go. So everybody drink 3 times as much water. There. Aha. Where did I leave my damn glass of water? Oh no, Plaus. How can you redeem a hydrate without even having water near you? That's crazy. It's a silly bean. I drank it. Wait, if Linda drank it, but Red has it, how... Does that mean Linda and Red conspired together to steal Plaus's water? I'm afraid Friday's gonna be fucked up again, but the nickel's down? Really? I thought they said that it was only downhill from here. Let me check. Yeah, the quick and dirty forecast that I'm checking here is just 22 today, 26 tomorrow, 26 Friday, 24 Saturday, 21 Sunday. So not that bad. But I am closer to the coast, so. Although I do know humidity is going up, so Friday might actually be kind of annoying. Yeah, 26 with high humidity. But my forecaster is shit anyway, so it wouldn't surprise me if it's like a few degrees off. Linda and Red were drinking together from my glass with 2 straws romantically, and you weren't even there. It's crazy. I'm getting it. Gonna be above 30 there. Oh my. Weekend gonna be humid. Yeah, the weekend is gonna be very humid, but hopefully it should still like, the temperature should be lower even if the humidity is up. But thinking of saving cosplay for Sunday. What you cosplaying? What you gonna cosplay? Can we get a picture of Plow's cosplay? Please? Please? Was heat with chances of thunder on Friday and Saturday? Yeah. Yeah. 33 on Friday. 33 for you on Friday? That's one. Then thunderstorms in the weekend to cool. Is it a maid? A guy from a book series. Damn. Thank you for that extremely detailed explanation. I'm so glad, and now I have a perfect image of what you're going to be cosplaying as a guy from a book series. Considering there are very few guys from book series. I'm not done yet. Shut up. No, you love it here, Pliers. You know you do. You love getting teased. We all know it. Ever heard of the Stormlight Archive? The name rings a bell, but I don't think I've actually like read it. But I'm pretty sure I've heard this name before. It's like is it a recent thing? No, it's not a recent thing. Like, this was like late zeros, early tens? Something like that? But I don't think I've read it. I think I've seen it, but like, I'm back with water. Thanks, Linda and Red, for putting it back in my kitchen. Let's go. What's to say that they weren't just in your kitchen the whole time? There are like 5 books, and I think the 5th book is out recently. You know what? Time to Google. Stormlight Archive. As of 2024, the series comprises 5 published novels and 2 novellas. 5 novels and 2 novellas. How could you lie to us like that, Nice? Set within Brandon Sanderson's broader Cosmere universe. Oh yeah, the first book is August 31st, 2010. Huh. I honestly should start reading again. I haven't read in like forever. It could have been the window was open. I'm cosplaying Kaladin Stormblessed. See, that's already so much more detailed than a guy from a book series. Oh, I've definitely seen this guy before. Oh, yeah. I'm seeing this art. I have definitely seen it. Been stuck in the 3rd book for a year. Oh, yeah, I used to read so much more when I was like a teenager. But actually, even then, I never really read, like, I always liked the idea of reading, but I never, like, end up sitting down and reading for longer periods of time. At one point, I wanted to start doing it in public transport, but then it always got, like, the ones that I always had to take to, like, uni and stuff were super, super busy, and so I'd just instead listen to music and just, like, disappear into my mind palace. Uh, until like the bus would arrive or the train would like stop at my stop, and then I just get out, and by that point it's already too late. I did have a few times what I used to, the one ritual that I used to have, and that one's now gone too, is when I used to go and donate blood. When I used to go donate blood, because I'd go to Harlem to donate blood, which is a decent bit away, but then I'd turn it into like a little day trip for myself. So I'd go out, I'd go to the donation place, sit there for like half an hour donating blood, get out, and then I would go into like the city center, and I'd go to this really cute cozy cafe that I knew around there, and I'd get like a hot chocolate and a fancy sandwich, and then I just sit there because they had really cool seating, because instead of just like normal chairs and everything, they had like all these different tables with like couches and like super comfy chairs. And so I'd go and like grab one of the really like cozy chairs in like the corner, and then get my little book, sandwich, hot chocolate, and then I just like cozy sit there for like an hour and read, and it was so good. I wish I would do that more. But I can never like get myself to read when I'm at home. But yeah. Then they changed. So like the way it used to be is you would get they would get requests for certain blood types, and then you would get like an email response of like, hey, your blood is needed. Can you come within the next 2 weeks to donate? Right? That's how they used to always do it. And so that was really good for me, because they would come with a timeline, and then I had to come within that period to be like, hey, I'm here, here's my blood. Now they've swapped to a new system where you need to schedule your visits yourself, and I procrastinate too much to do that, and so like I haven't donated blood in like over a year and a half, I think. And I feel really bad about it, but I'm so bad at like trying to organize that myself. I just need them to be like, hey, you come here now. I need them to just tell me to come and bring my blood. Because otherwise I keep forgetting to like organize it myself. It's bad. Lesson learned. Really? Really, Linda? That's crazy. You didn't think that would have been spicy? I used to read in trains, but I have car now. I was never a reading person. I own a full 3 books. Like, I own only a couple of books, but like I haven't really read. Really annoying. I hated reading. I didn't read half the books I had to read for school. Yeah. When I was in when I was in high school here in the Netherlands, there was a period of time that I was reading well, because we needed to read like Dutch books for school, right? And so at that time, I'd still only was living in the country for like a few years. I've only been speaking Dutch for a few years. So I was like, this is the perfect way for me to get better at the language, is by reading these books and like actually taking like part in reading it properly, and not just going through like cliff notes and stuff online. And so, but then my problem was they wanted us to read like 5 books over the course of like the school year. And because I still had a little bit of that language barrier, um, I just couldn't keep up with that pace. So I was able to get through like, I think 3.5 of the books. Like the first 3 books I was completely able to read. The 4th book I got about halfway through, and the 5th book I wasn't able to read. And then when we got to like we had like an oral exam with the teacher afterwards, where they would like ask us questions about the book and what did you think of this character and their motivations and blah blah blah, you know, the classic. when I got there, I ended up because I was like, oh shit, it's an exam and I need to like know at least something. So I ended up reading like a little like paraphrase thing, cliff notes on like the book that I didn't finish, and like the last part of the book that I didn't finish, and the book that I didn't read. But then when I got to like the exam, I felt so bad that I immediately told the teacher, like, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I only read the first 3 books and like half of the 4th one. I didn't even get through the 5th one because it was just too much reading, and my little brain, I had to keep going back and like rereading parts to understand it properly. And then my teacher, oh, the blessed angel of a human being that she is just like, oh yeah, no, that's fine. I'll just focus on questions on the first 3 books and like the first half of the 4th book then. And just like gave me like 3 easy throwaway questions for the last book that were based off of that. She was like, you've read a cliff notes on it, you'll definitely know these for like 3 questions. Here you go. My teacher was my Dutch teacher in like the last year of high school was an angel of a human being. She honestly like my like the Dutch teachers I had before her, the first one I had, horrendous. The one that I had in like 3rd year. The one that I had in 4th year was okay. Like she wasn't like particularly like friendly and helpful, nor was she like particularly mean. She was just kind of like, she was there. You know, it was like that I've been doing this job for so many years, kind of automated, roboticized version of teaching. But then the teacher that I had in the 5th year, oh my god, she was such a phenomenal teacher. She was like super all in on like trying to like, when I went, because at the start of each year I did the same thing where I went to the teacher and I was like, listen, I've been speaking Dutch for 2, 3, 4 years now, so like my language, it's good enough to be here in high school and be passing grades, but like I still want to get to the point that I'm at the same level as just any other native speaker, right? I want to be able to be as comfortable with the language as all of you are. And so I really struggle with like smaller grammar things, and if you have like extra tasks for me. And like the first teacher that I had in 3rd year was like, yeah, sure, I'll get you something. And then it took until the end of the year before she gave me any work. Like she gave me a bunch of random notes and stuff like that to like homework assignments to work through in the last like 2 weeks of school. So I never got through all of that because, you know, hello. And then the second teacher gave me just a bunch of tasks and like let me work through it. And then the 4th teacher was like, yeah, no, here's what we can do. If you want, we can like sit down like once every like 2 weeks and see how things are going, what you do and don't understand. You can write up stuff from the homework that's being weird, and then we can work over that. Like she was amazing. When we ended up having exams, I ended up passing the Dutch exam with a 75%, something like that. I had like a 7.5 or something as my final grade. Like I was actually in the upper like 30% of my class for my grade. And like when the first day that we walked back into school after that, she was like coming down from like coming down the stairs, and then like saw me at the entrance, and she just like ran up to me and gave me a hug because she was like, oh, I felt so, bro, that teacher, thinking about her makes me want to cry. She was such a nice teacher. Oh, an angel. An angel. Me neither. I barely read 2 out of my 3 books. Started reading again when I went on vacation. On air, no deadlines, just chill. Yeah, exactly. Like, reading is really fun. It is just really, it can be really cozy. I just have the problem that when I'm at home, my default is to go sit in front of my computer. And I think that's the like, it's good and bad. Because I can do a bunch of stuff and I do enjoy what I'm doing here, but like, sometimes I would like if I was just like to sit outside and read a book instead. But then I can never motivate myself to do that because I'm like, oh, but games, oh, but friends to talk to on Discord, oh, but videos to watch, oh, but streams to watch, oh, but this, oh, but that, oh, but and then yeah. Don't invite Biotic to your home, guys. You'll never be safe again. I haven't tried it, but I think I would enjoy audiobooks more since I often put on podcasts while doing stuff. I might do this. Yeah, that could work really good. I just can't bother sitting down and reading a book. Hi, Flip. Oh, well, Flip. How is Cutie Flip doing? The first English book I read and listened at the same time. That makes sense. My teachers were me. Opening windows since it started to cool down. Let's go. Damn, so much to do, so little time. I've not touched my piano in weeks until... You can play the piano? That's crazy. I was tackled Flip. Flip tackled themselves. Oh no. I wish Catboys were real. I wish Flip Chargers were real. Wouldn't that be amazing? Can you imagine how amazing life would be? Get tricked. I haven't touched my piano in ages. I can make some noise. You can play the piano. Okay. The fact that you're saying that, you can play the piano. Okay. Plus, can you play a song on the piano for me? Bro, I think there's nothing more like beautiful than playing a musical instrument. I can get so lost just like listening to someone play music. If you want to like hypnotize me, just start playing music. It doesn't matter what you play. I'll just kind of I'll just be completely entranced. I remember at one point when I was in high school, actually, because I had music as a chosen subject. I've always had this state where like I would listen to someone play music and I'd get like lost, because I've always been the kind of person to get lost in music, right? Why like I love listening to music as well, is because I just kind of disappear into my mind palace and all sorts of shit. But the same kind of occurs when I also listen to someone play music. And I remember at one point we were in music class after we were done. After we were done, but we had some free time, and one of my classmates started playing on the piano, and so like we were already teased for a bit because this classmate and I, apparently everybody thought we looked really similar, and so much so that teachers would like mix up our name, right? So like sometimes like they would get called by my name. He would get called by my name and I would get called by his name, and then we'd both just be like, what? Actually, it was so bad that at one point I got a grade for a subject that I didn't have German classes. I didn't have like I got a like a permission thing to like not have to go to German classes because I would have been 2 years behind. And I would have had to spend so much time catching up that I wouldn't be able to, and so instead I was able to join one of the other grades.
Daniel,
Spanish. Thank you for the 5-stream streak, Flipper. German, terrible language, would not recommend. But they do have a wonderful accent. You know, it sounds so lovely when you talk like this. I really enjoy it. Damn, Star! Hi. Goddamn. I can play Akumanako. You could pick music? Yes. We were actually the first year in my high school to be able to pick either music or drama as a chosen subject to take into the last 2 years. Also, thank you for the hydrate and stretch, Flip. Alright, chat. Drink some water and stretch your muscles right now, please. Or else Flip will be mad with you. Bye. Where was I now? Oh yeah. So we were at the end of the music class, and So the classmate who apparently like we look like each other, right? I'm gonna call him Ben. That's Sen and Ben, right? So Ben was playing Ben could play the piano really, really well. And I could not. Cause I only know how to play percussion instruments. I can hit things. And so Ben started playing the piano, and he was playing this really pretty song. And we were all just kind of chilling roughly around that same area. And so I was like standing next to the piano and just kind of like leaning against it, listening to the music because I got entranced in the music. And so like then the entire class was like, they're fusing. Their minds are connecting. They're becoming one again. Because apparently the running joke was that we were the same person, just split into two bodies. I don't know why, but that was the joke. And I completely missed it the whole time. And so someone started calling my name, and I was just kind of like entranced as he was like playing. And then someone called his name, and then he looked at me, and then I looked up, and then everyone started laughing because I responded to his name. It was a whole time. It was a whole thing. Even the names were really exactly. We were basic. Secretly, we were the same person. The worst part was when we had like an end of year like show thing, and so we got to bring like our parents would come to school with us. His mom and my mom were the parent of choice that came with to school, and we ended up sitting next to each other. With our parents. And so we were like, this is it. This is the time we finally get to show everybody that they're wrong. And so we both turned to our moms and we're like, everyone keeps saying we look like each other. It's not true, right? And then our moms looked at, like, my mom looked at Ben, Ben's mom looked at me, and they were like, yeah, we see it. You guys look really similar. We're like, fuck! No escape. And to this day, I still don't know if our moms were being like serious, or if they were just like going along for the bit. Because I genuinely don't think we look very similar. But like everyone would always say that we look like we were siblings. We'll never know. Yeah. I'll have to see. Maybe I can see if I can someday reunite with Ben. We'll take a picture together, and then we'll see if we look similar. Are you making fun of me? No, Flip, I would never make fun of the German accents. I think it honestly sounds fantastical. It's an absolutely wonderful way to speak. Honestly, it makes me so happy whenever I hear it. It sounds so much better than the way the Dutch people speak. Because the Dutch people, they speak in the front of their mouth, and it's so annoying to hear. You know, it's just everything is in like the front of the mouth. See, even Blouse is immediately angry. Flip is 57%. It's a bye day. No one's gonna match up to Star's divinely nice though. Very easy. You're doing with the 33. 2 days in a row with 33. Wait, really? Dang. The way you say my name? Flip? Flipper? Flip! How is Flip doing today? I don't think I asked. How you doing, Bean? I hope you're having a good day. Also, hi, Kai! That's just a reflex when someone starts looking at you. I know! But you know how kids are. You'll never know. Yep. Oh god, mutes. This is lovely. Now I love Linden's accent. They just add to the end of every word. It's cute. Well, the thing is, like, no, okay. So the at the end of the word, like I do that too sometimes, and I've started doing that because of Linda. That's not a normal Dutch person thing. That's a Linda thing. Okay? Like that's not like a normal Dutch accent thing or a normal thing of how Dutch people speak English. That's just Linda being unbelievably fucking cute. Okay? I want to make that clear. I want to make that so insanely clear. That is not an inherent property of the Dutch. That is an inherent property of Linda and people that interact with Linda. Because I've started doing that too, because of interacting with Linda. That sort of like whiny elongation of like people's names and like certain words with the at the end. Yeah, no, that is entirely a Linda thing. I love knowing this. Yes, use this knowledge well. Understand this and use it well. Because Linda, I didn't used to do this either. I was infected by Linda. And now I've started doing it. And I don't have a Dutch accent either. I need to know if they do it in Dutch too, though. Linda and I haven't spoken in Dutch that much. We have like once or twice, which is funny because like we can't just speak. Even when we met up, we did speak in Dutch a bit, but we also spoke like we intermingled both Dutch and English when we met up. But she does do, yeah, they do it a bit in Dutch as well. Yeah, yeah, they do. It's like, yeah. It's that same kind of elongating of like some of the words, that like almost whiny way of speaking. Not like whiny in a negative way. Classic, remove the ugly Dutch words and replace them with English. What do you mean? What do you mean ugly Dutch words? Don't you love speaking with phlegm? That's actually right. Sorry. Dutch people need to know how to take for nice. That's the thing that's so funny to me with how Dutch people speak English, right? Because, like I said before, they speak in the front of their mouth for the most part. But that's really weird because the way Dutch people speak Dutch is much more in the back of the throat. And yet, for some reason, when they switch to English, they push everything to the front of the throat. It makes no sense. Like, in actual Dutch, it's like middle of the mouth to back of the mouth. Whereas when they then speak English, for some reason, it's only the front, like 90% front of the mouth. I don't get it. I don't understand why. It makes no sense. Also, we've been going for almost an hour. Should we maybe actually swap into the game, considering I started in the Bitcraft category instead of the just chatting category? So maybe we should at least boot up the game. Dutch culture, I don't know. Yeah, I don't get it either. It's really weird because, like, in a lot of accents, when it comes to like, especially with like English, it's the result of taking your language's style of speech and then applying it to the words of this other language, right? That's what ends up creating these interesting accents, right? That's why, like, languages with vastly different styles of speech end up having such like different sounding accents when they start speaking English. Like, for example, like the Japanese, like a Japanese accent, for example. Right? Because, like, a lot of Asian languages have such a vastly different style of speech. They have no real, like, shared origins with, like, English. And so when they try to speak English, the accent is so much stronger because their style of speech is different. And so it becomes like a whole process of like trying to unlearn your native language's style of speech in order to be able to replicate, you know, a native speaker's style of speech. Hispanic people speaking English, yeah, exactly. Like another like good example. But like even there's a bit more similarity there because the common denominators between those languages are, I think the common denominators between like, well actually no, it depends. It depends, yeah. But yeah, the more common denominators there are, the less like weird it can sound, but or like not weird. Weird's not the right word. But the less like different it can sound. Anyhow, let me swap. There we go. So that we're actually in the game is a helpful one. I've managed to almost fully kill my accent when I speak English. I don't think I sound Hispanic anymore. No, I think you can definitely hear. You can definitely still hear.
The common is the denominator of the thing.
Yes, exactly right. I have elsewhere even regional accents. I just returned to my home state, and within 3 days, my accent's returned. It's torture. That's because, like, yeah, because it's a suppressed accent, right? When you go to an area that you're no longer hearing the accent that you're used to using and speaking, your own accent might start to get suppressed and die down a bit, but it's still there in the back of your mind, right? Like my South African accent, it's still there in the way that I speak. But if you put me in a group of South Africans, within an hour my accent will be like twice as thick. Like my accent will all start coming back to like resurface. It's honestly really fun. I love accents for that exact reason. Like we're so different in the way that we speak. It's mirroring. It is mirroring, yeah. Well, because there's two aspects of that, right? Because you've got mirroring, but mirroring I feel like also applies to like mirroring also applies. I feel like mirroring's also more of the case when it's not necessarily an accent you normally speak, right? Because you're gonna try to replicate those around you. And I mean, yeah. But there's also the aspect of like the accent's still there with you, right? The accent's still like submerged, not submerged. Like what's the word? It's still like rooted in the back of your mind. And so hearing it helps it come back out, I guess, almost. I don't know, it's I'm trying to find a correct way to phrase this, but it's hard. You can hear it a bit, but I'm not Sofia Vergara-ing the shit out of English anymore. I almost want to hear, I kind of want to hear, I want to hear Kai go full Sofia Vergara. I think that would be really fun. I want to hear Kai go full Spanish. Go full Hispanic on us. Give me the full Hispanic treatment, Kai. I want it. I'm requesting it. But yeah, the thing that I was gonna say that's interesting about it, right, is that it can even be in a case where you don't recognize the accent difference. So like, I actually don't know how to intentionally make my South African accent be heavier, right? I don't actually know how to intentionally strengthen that accent in conversation right now. Like if I wanted to try and like speak with a heavier version of my accent, I don't actually know how to do that. But if I were to start speaking to another South African, I would just like or not unintentionally, but like I would subconsciously start to like replicate them and like go back to that accent. Right, so today, I should also say what we're gonna do today. Today is the last day of cherry blossom season. This is gonna be the last time we get to get our pretty blossoms. So what I said in previous streams, I want to make a small amendment because they did a post in the Discord about this because there was some confusion, and the decision that they've made is that when tomorrow's update hits, not only will the cherry blossom trees stop respawning, they will also be removed. The natural spawning ones, obviously. It's not going to affect any of your decor. But you will not be able to gather any more blossom trees after the update hits tomorrow. That's an important piece of information that you need to keep in mind. So for everybody that was thinking they'd still be able to gather a few more of their blossoms, no, today is your last full day. Today is your last full day that you can get your pretty blossoms. After tomorrow's update, no more blossoms. So, what I think we're gonna do is for the first part of stream, we're gonna go out and gather a few more. At least now we've got to about 1,500. We've got about 1,500, so that'll allow us to plant quite a few trees. And then for my personal blossom collection, I think I've also got, yeah, 2,500. I'm gonna probably use some of these to try and roll some of the tiaras, the little flower crowns. But we have enough that I can at least do one TP out. So we'll do one TP out, and then afterwards, I want to work on building some stuff for the claim. So let's teleport to this side. Actually, no, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna teleport maybe back here because it'll be a bit. Let me actually see what the difference between Grayson Falls, New Ludenia, and like Arctopia. Let's see what the teleport distance. Because I know Arctopia is like 10. 11. 12. Okay, yeah. You know what? We're gonna just go from Arctopia. And we'll run from there. That way we can teleport a little bit more. Well, Dutch people speak the same accent of English for being silly speakers. No, because I think there is an aspect of it that's relying on like what the actual style of Dutch is. And I think part of it is because Dutch is a bit rougher as a language. That there's a feeling of needing to like soften out the way that that Dutch people speak when they start speaking English. I forgot the freaking ring. Damn it. Oh well. Too late to change that now. Okay. I'll do the bit for you next time you listen. I can only switch accents in Spanish, sadly. I do mirror a lot when talking to Hispanic people, but I don't really do it on purpose. It's just kind of a reflex thing to match the way the other... Yeah, exactly. I do that with English in general. Like, whenever I speak to someone, if they have an accent in English, I start to mirror their accent, even if I don't... Like, even if there is absolutely no reason why I should be mirroring that accent. I just inherently do it. I know I have time. Oh, Pliers, you gotta make time. This is your last chance. Tonight, you're gonna grab any blossoms that you can. It's okay. We've got a lot of blossoms and a lot of seeds. So I think we might still be able to. It's funny because I had a Romanian friend and her Spanish was good, but she said a lot of things wrong or didn't structure sentences correctly. And I would always end up speaking broken Spanish too. Yeah, no, exactly. But that's quite literally, that is it. Like, I do the exact same thing. I used to have when I was working in the restaurant, like in the bar in Amsterdam, we'd have like a lot of tourists who would speak like some style of broken English or like some kind of accent in the way that they spoke. And so like as a result, I would start doing the same thing back to them. Not as like a way to make fun of their style of speech, but how the hell is this working? I'm not gonna... I'm chopping the branches of the tree. Alright. Yeah, I'm not gonna complain, but like... Oh. Also, this random just ditch. Ah. But yeah, I would like end up mimicking their way of speaking as well. You still don't have the wildflower, the pretty wildflower. Speaking of pretty flowers, the prettiest little red flower. You blossom yee. It's so funny though, because you're like, why am I... Exactly, like, why am I talking like this? I can speak just fine. And yet for some reason, I break my entire accent. It's so weird. It's just, I feel like there's like a level there, I feel like, of like you're trying to make the other person feel comfortable by speaking in the same style that they speak. And I hope that most of the time it also comes across like that's the intention and not like you're trying to make fun of them. It's so funny because you're like, why am I talking like this? I know how to speak. Like, oh, like what? So one of the ones that I had this one time was we had these two like older ladies that came to the cafe. And they took like we had like two tables that are just near the front door, like like between the front door and the bar. And then like all the other inside tables are like past the bar and the back. And so we walk past that table a lot. So these two older ladies were sitting there, and they were Spanish. They like, you could 100% tell they were Spanish. And I had a colleague who speaks Spanish, but she doesn't want to speak Spanish to like guests and stuff, because she wants to like also just get to speak Dutch and like speak English, and she doesn't want to always be relegated to having to speak to all the Spanish speaking tourists. That was just her like personal preference. And so like some of us would end up trying to help them, and I can understand a few words of Spanish, right? And so we had these two Spanish ladies who were at the table, and they could barely speak English, and I could barely speak Spanish. So they would speak in this like very broken English to me, and I would mimic both their style of speaking English but also their accent, which as a result, at first, made them think that I could speak Spanish, and then they started trying to speak Spanish to me. At which point I was like, no, no, I don't understand that. No, stop. It was very funny. But then we ended up going like back and forth in this very broken English. And then one of my colleagues afterwards was like, were you making fun of them? I'm like, no, I'm genuine. I can't speak. I just can't. I can't not mimic your accent. I'm sorry. It's not meant to make someone, like, they were very happy with it. And the weird thing was, like, when I would try, sometimes, right? Not in all cases, but sometimes, with certain, like, accents or certain styles of, like, broken English, people understand their own accent or a mimicry of their accent better than they would understand clean English, depending on how much English they've experienced in their life, right? You've got situations of people that have learned just very basic English, never listen to English music, never watch English shows, never hear the language much, and so they're only used to the quote-unquote broken English that is in their, like, that other people in their country would speak, right? And then you've got the people that do have an accent, but they listen and they, like, experience a lot of English, and so they understand it, they just can't necessarily speak in the exact same style. And so in some cases, speaking back to someone in that same kind of, like, broken English ends up making it easier for them to understand the conversation as a whole. So it really isn't meant to be, like, making fun of someone. It's just, yeah. You end up mocking them? Well, that's the thing. I don't think you end up mocking them. I think that's another, I will say, that's something that I found a lot in... Oh. Sorry. I'm just, like, snatching someone's tree here. Whoops. Didn't even notice. I need to go further up north. Okay. Umbura, go away. Yeah, now we're gonna have my rant topic in a minute. I know our silly brains. Okay, hi Ping. I love being able to speak Spanish when I'm in England. My neighbor is Hispanic, and every time I see her, I get excited. Oh, I got you. Put me in your ear. I'll translate. There we go. That's the plan now. We chop pretty trees before they poof. Yes, we do, Jojo. Hi, Jojo. We snatch all the trees up before they poof away. Conversation reminded me of something that would send me on a big rant, Lamau. Yeah. Okay, so... speaking of, I want to go on my rant now. So, like, there's one thing... And it's to do with, like... whether or not things are, like... considered offensive, right? I feel like we've gotten to, like, a situation where the people who aren't being offended are the ones, or, like, the people who aren't being, like, quote-unquote mocked or offended, the ones who aren't the topic of the conversation are the ones that are trying to decide whether or not something is offensive and, like, trying to warrior for people that don't necessarily want or need that, you know? Especially when it comes to, like, the topic of accents. I remember, the conversation that, like, got me off on this was, I had a conversation with someone else the other day, and I do think this is especially a very big thing with Americans in particular. I feel like are almost overly sensitive to this topic. Where, like, at one point I was talking about how, like, in anime, right? Anime, they tend to really like taking words from, like, using words from, like, English or Japanese in their, for, like, their special abilities, stuff like that. And so I referenced how a character said something that was in English in a heavy Japanese accent. And then the other person essentially said that my phrasing of that was racist. Because it, like, has, like, some inherent negative quality to it. Now, personally, I don't think calling something an accent when someone is, you know, speaking a language that is not their own, like calling it an accent or calling it a heavy accent, that is, in my knowledge and in my personal experience, not necessarily a racist thing. That is just a fact, right? Obviously, there are people that can turn that into a racist or negative. Right? Like there is people can make fun of an accent or can, like, exaggerate or what's the word? Like, ridicule an accent. That is racist. But inherently calling something an accent or determining the heaviness of an accent isn't, in my opinion, isn't really inherently a racist thing. Because it is just a gradient. It's a gradient. In the same way, because the part that, like, threw me off about it, right, was right before that. This person was commenting on the way that I speak, right, and that I have a South African accent. Now, I feel like if saying your words, and the conversation topic was essentially the same thing. That was that I say some words slightly differently because of my South African accent than how they say words because of their American accent. So in the same way, I don't think me pointing out that a Japanese accent results in someone saying a word differently and that there's a gradient in how heavy that accent is becomes, like, a racist thing. Until, exactly like I said, till you mock someone for it. When you're mocking someone for their accent, that's a whole other scenario, you know? Like, if I replicate the way an Afrikaner speaks, I do this because I think it's a really fun way to speak. I really enjoy the accent, but the difference is, if I start doing this all the time, but every time I do it, I make them sound stupid, that's mocking it, right? If you take an accent and you start, like, inherently attributing a character or a caricature to that accent, that, in my opinion, is when you go into racist territory. But I feel like, especially Americans, I've noticed this especially with, like, a lot of Americans. Now, I'm not saying that that's only a thing that Americans do. All sorts of people do it. But especially, like, a lot of Americans that I've met follow this same kind of attribute where they are so quick to white knight in a scenario before even checking to see if the person that they're trying to defend is offended or not. Right? Like, it reminds me of this time where, like, wait, sorry. That's also doing a thing. The person was thinking too much about accents that day. I never understood that people have accents. I never understood people that say, I don't have an accent because your native language has accents, depending. Exactly. Like, everything has an accent. And I think pointing out an accent's not a problem. Again, if you're trying to attribute characteristics to an accent, like if you're trying to say, like, the southern accent means you're dumb kind of thing, like, that's when you're going into racist territory. But just because a racist person will conflate a caricature with an accent does not inherently mean that all accents and pointing out the existence of accents is inherently a racist thing. And I think there's this weird, like, especially among white people, like, especially among white people that are trying to, like, be almost white knights in that scenario, that they start to essentially alienate that other culture as a result, right? Cause like it reminds me, like, I remember this long time ago, and like there was this whole like thing on the internet about like some girl in an American school who went to her prom wearing like a Chinese style like dress, right? Like a traditionally Chinese style like fancy dress to her prom. And then like all Americans were like blowing up and like being mad about it, and then it was like cultural appropriation. Whereas actual Chinese people were just like super happy to see somebody else embracing and enjoying their culture, right? Like you can't always step ahead. Like there's this almost need to like step ahead of what may or may not be the result, and sometimes you need to let the people decide for themselves whether or not like they think it's a bad thing, right? And I feel like there's that nuance has kind of disappeared, right? Like Japanese people know they have an accent. There are even situations where they themselves make fun of their accent. So I feel like pointing out their accent is not inherently a racist thing. Once you start to make it racist, of course it can be. But I feel like we need to all kind of calm down a little bit and let the person who's the subject matters, or like the group that is the subject matter, decide whether or not they feel ridiculed, right? You're an angel, Zozo. Oh, Zozo is always the sweetest bean. Hey chat, hey Pliers, can you do the thing real quick? Can you do the thing? I agree with you. As an American, I think many Americans are, one, highly sensitive to things that historically have been heavily represented in media in very racist ways, and two, extremely desperate to separate themselves from racism. Yeah. Like, again, I don't think it comes from a place of malice. I heard my name. Yeah, can you do the thing to Zozo? That too. But right now I was talking about how Zozo is a lovely and adorable bean and needs to get mwad. But yes, also Kai. Also chat, go click on that link. Go love our adorable friendly neighborhood raccoon. Our little rangoon. But also give our capybara a lot of love, please and thank you. They are both absolutely wonderful, cozy, magnificent, amazing beans. Please and thank you. Okay. It's cultural appropriation if you call it something else. I feel like Americans really try to not come off as racist and end up being racist by trying so hard not to be. Exactly. Because the problem that you have...
Bean water.
Bean water? No bean water. Drink real water. Alright. We'll self-care in just a second. I wanna go down on this tangent because otherwise I'm gonna get lost in it. The problem that you have, if you're being so overprotective of somebody else's culture, is that you end up there's a level of being protective, and then there's going so far that you're essentially alienating them once again, right? By turning them into this like unreachable, untouchable thing, you're once again creating an other, right? And I think that's the mistake that a lot of people make when it comes to like looking at other cultures. Like, yes, trying to take from another culture and then not give credit to that culture and like just try and pretend like it's your thing, that would be racist. That would be cultural appropriation. But celebrating and actively taking part in a culture that's not your own is not inherently a bad thing, right? And by like getting angry at people for doing that, you're once again turning that other culture into an other. You're separating it. You're trying to act like it's something that is not. You're once again putting them into separating categories. You are essentially doing the same things that a racist person would do, just not with racist intent. Like Navi culture being ripped from an African culture, not making known in the... Yeah, exactly. Like, when they don't, like... And even then, like, the situation arises especially like when you're then asked about it, like, oh, what were your inspirations? And then you just go like Africa, you know? Whereas like you could go and you could really specifically go into like, we went into like this and this tribal culture and we tried to like mesh the two together because like we enjoyed that like this one had these like connections to like nature and the trees, and this one had this connection to like the spirit and like how life travels through everything and blah blah blah, and then we merged those together to create this culture for our fantasy universe. Like, that's great, that's fine, as long as you actually talk about it and you explain that point, and you don't just go, yeah, we came up with it, or yeah, Africa, like, you know. And again, I do feel there's kind of a social thing because Americans have been put in this racist labeled box. I do think it is like why? I'm sorry. The neighbor is drilling in the door, like in the wall. It's 7 p.m. Okay. I'm sorry if this is cutting. It's definitely cutting through. You good? Okay. I'm gonna like start kicking the wall if I have to. But I think I understand how Americans ended up in that situation. The thing that like I feel like they need, like, that needs to be recognized is that they don't recognize the kind of social situation that they've put themselves in. Right? Like, American, like, especially, like, some like, parts of America have gotten so, like, culturally, like, they have such an eye on, like, the racism, and they try so hard and, like, associate so many things with racism that they don't understand when, like, other parts of the world don't have that association, right? Also, okay, now we'll do the self-care real quick, like Star demanded. So, chat, drink water, stretch your muscles, straighten out your back, and then we'll continue this yap. There we go. Yosh. Alright. There was something that shocked me when I moved to England, because I swear British people are way more racist than Americans and no one talks about that. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, that's the other thing, right? There are racists everywhere in the world. Right? Like, here in the Netherlands as well. A country that's like talked about how like so inclusive and accepting it is. There are so many racist people. It's just the target of racism, like, or the style or brand of racism is very different just wherever you go. Like, for example, here, I think the racism isn't so much towards like anyone of like a darker skin tone or like of people from African countries, but it's particularly focused towards like people of like more like Southern African countries, because like it's specifically focused towards like people of like Moroccan descent or Turkish descent, like that sort of slightly like Arab region of the world in particular is where like the racism gets focused towards from here. Not a good thing, but it's something that like, because you don't get that initial like, oh, we're making fun of the black person, everyone's like, oh, so they're not racist there. Like, I don't think they realize there are different gradations of that, and people don't talk about that. That being said, there are also plenty of people, obviously, here that do see the issue there and, like, try to go back on it. But I think it's also an important thing to recognize that there are very many different quote-unquote flavors of racism, unfortunately. And that's the other thing that ends up getting overshadowed when we focus too much on stuff that isn't necessarily negative. Okay, there you go. Bam, catching up. Also, what is this colorful biome you're in? I want to live there? This is the tundra. This is the tundra. So they are, they're denoted on the map by like this. Wait, let me turn off empires real quick. By this kind of like faded, like plum purplish color, and then white for the higher elevations. They are slightly higher tier biomes, so most of the resources here are on the higher end of this the like I feel like the lowest tier resource is like 3. So like you're gonna have, oh no, there's some tier 2 stuff as well. But it is a lot of like higher tier resources. It is a bit of a more difficult area to live in, but it is very pretty. Yeah.
Naya.
Oh, I see Plus already answered. I'm an R7 and we have none, but it's so cute. Yeah. It's like something I both love and dislike about the region differences is like, so they've got all the different biomes that are and aren't in different regions. Every region has like at least a few biomes. Like I think it's like 2 or 3 biomes that some other regions don't have. And then some biomes are rarer than others, right? Like how like desert's only in 2 regions, and swamp is in like I think 4 regions. The snow peaks is only in like 2 regions. Yeah, stuff like that. But sometimes you end up not seeing. But I really love like the tundra is so colorful. It is very pretty. The only thing that I feel like it really lacks is trees. But I mean, it makes sense because it's a tundra. But I feel like if you were to eventually like build a city out here in the tundra and start like populating it with like trees and stuff like that, it could look really pretty. I say this, but there is nothing that irks me more than when a Spanish person finds out I'm Argentinian and their first instinct is to blurt out Argentinian words in the worst Argentinian fake accent I've ever heard. But that exactly, because that is someone making a caricature out of your nationality. They're turning it into a caricature. They're turning it into they're devolving it down into a few specific words that quote unquote sound funny. Right? That's the problem. There we go, all the memes. Wait, what? 7:30 in the morning? Oh, right, yeah. Rude ass neighborhood. Yeah, why do people need to renovate so much? I don't know. I do agree that 7 p.m. Oh yeah, no, 7 p.m. is definitely way better than 7:30. They also were only doing a little bit of drilling, so it's fine. They've already stopped, thankfully. I refuse to meow. Meow. Why? Does kitten not like meowing? Kai Lester kitten. Red, where's my glass? I grabbed air just now. Ruh-roh. I melt whenever Sin stretches. Makes my heart fuzzy. What are these adorable noises? Listen, I squeak when I stretch, okay? That's all there is to it. I've totally had more racism directed towards me in Spain and England than I have from any American person I've met. Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. I think, but the other thing is, and I've had this conversation with like American tourists when I was in like when I was working in Amsterdam. So I remember one of them asking, like, I remember one of them being like, oh, offhandedly saying like, oh yeah, you guys must hate like having Americans around because there's like so many of us are racist and stuff. And I was like, no, really, you're not. At least the ones that like go out and visit other countries tend to not be that bad. Sometimes they can be a bit ignorant, but not like inherently racist. And then they like one of them ended up saying like, I don't think that like, and I kind of agree. I think that generally the racist people, of course I commented on the fact that they stopped drilling and now they've started again. Generally, the racist people don't leave their country. Generally. It's not always the case, but a lot of the time, I swear to God, they're waiting for me to start talking and then they start drilling. A lot of the time, the people that are the most racist want to stay in their own country, right? But I also think, again, generally, the racist groups everywhere are a more vocal minority. Like, there is definitely a number of people there, but I feel like the majority of people aren't inherently racist, but are either ignorant or unaware. I choose to live in the plains to commune with a kawaii ox. Yes. You need so much wood, yeah. There's a lot of ursophobic Americans. I had to like, I was like, what are you talking about? And then it like clicked in my brain. Bears. Which makes me sad. You blessed with bears in your country and you choose to be mean to them. I know, right? Hi, Guzla. How is lovely Guzla doing? I'm a black woman living in rural deep south in a very red small town with a notoriously controversial politician. Majority of the town is white, never had an issue compared to when I live in the city. Yeah. Oh yeah. I feel like also, like I feel like in a lot of situations, again, like cities are also inherently like a place where people tend to be more shitty, I will say. Like overall, like overall the people in a city tend to just be meaner to each other. But like I was saying before, I feel like in a lot of situations, it's either ignorance or like an unwillingness to learn, right? Like it's an like a lack of awareness or like an unwillingness to learn more so than active malice in a lot of cases. Which is why I feel like, again, I'm not trying to like make the point or make the argument that racism doesn't exist. There is no one should, if you're questioning that, you've been ignoring this entire conversation. But like, I do think that it's very important to recognize the differences between active racism and lack of knowledge. Because when you start to, or like, lack of like malicious intent, right? Because when you start to put intent where it was not, you end up pushing people down that road, right? And it's a very slippery slope. I started reading that sentence and the word ursophobic made me think bears. I read that wrong. And then I kept reading and I was like, bears, I was right. I'm no less confused than I was when it started reading it though. Yeah, Guzla is a real bear on the internet. Yeah. It's always that. Whenever I'm like, okay, now I can take a nap to make up for the sleep I lost from the noise, they start drilling, hammering concrete again. That's what I'm saying. It's like they know. They're like, okay, now is the perfect time to annoy them the most. See, in Spain, it's the opposite. Small towns are way worse than cities. Really? Interesting. I wonder why. The actual term for fear of bears is archaeophobia. Interesting. I've never heard that word, archaeo? How does that relate to bears? I need the full etymology now, please. What's it called when I'm just scared of animals? Zoophobia. Yes. Dinner. Damn, Gusler. Hi, Necro. Hello, cutie Necro. And hi, Corn. Hello, Corn. How are you two cute beans doing today? Hope you lovelies are taking care of yourselves. Arcadia is Greek for bear. Ah. Oh. Sorry, Velspera. Also, how do you say your name, by the way? Am I saying Velspera correctly, or is there like a specific nickname, or specific way to say it, just so that I'm not mispronouncing? But yeah, for some reason, Automod, despite the fact that it is a regularly used command in this chat, whenever somebody uses exclamation point gay for the first time, Automod is always like, no, stop, right there. Cat, get your trees while you still can. 8% away from it. That's so close. Still, 61 is a solid roll. Wait, no. Oh, Kai with the 98. Yes, Velspera or Vel. Okay, gotcha. Automod says I'm not allowed to be gay. Automod is secretly homophobic. It's okay. To be fair, I had Oh, wait. So yeah, I got hate crime by Twitch once, and it's my claim to fame. So I've had, like, you see in the title here, we've got exclamation point gay, right? I've had that in my title for months, right? At the time that this happened, and then one day I wanted to do a stream, and as I was trying to save, like, I edited the title and I clicked save, because I was gonna do a stream together with a friend. And then as I tried to save, I get a sudden notification pop up over the bar, and it's like, unable to save. Something in the title is conflicting with our community standards. And I was super confused, because there was nothing in the title that would have been, like, bad from what I could understand. And I was like going back and forth, removing words here and there. And it was all of a sudden, for one day and one day only, I was not allowed to put the word gay in my title. Because Twitch thought that was not allowed. That was not okay. It was so angry with me. And then the next day I was able to put it in again. So it was really funny, because I had like a Friday stream, had exclamation point gay in the title, completely okay. Sunday stream, tried to put exclamation point gay in the title, not allowed. Monday stream, completely fine again. It was just that one day I was not allowed to be gay. It's again that overzealousness and trying to protect. Oh, oh god, I need a, angry bee is trying to kill me. Please go away, Mr. Wasp. Alright. Not gonna lie, the colors of the tundra make me want to eat oh my god. I see it. Yep. I see it. I'm never gonna be able to unsee it now. It does look like a fried rice. It really does. Oh. Welcome to Bitcraft's fried rice biome. Giving carrots and peas? Yup. No, I see it. I see it. That little yellowish tinge of rice. Can't believe Star stole the game. How do you become over 100? See, so there is every day, right? Every day when we wake up, our body reconfigures how gay we are. You know? Because it's a constantly flowing spectrum. And so, on some rare days, our body truly condenses our local packet of gay energy together, and you're able to ascend to become a divine gaiety. And that's how you get over 100% gay. See, I, however, am on the opposite end of that spectrum today. Oh dear. My mom, wait. Can I say something? Makes sense because Sunday is God's day. Can't be gay on Sunday. This is true. You know what? I never thought about that. My mom truly transformed into grandma. She just went around to give my kiddos some prunes. Can I have one? That's amazing. That sound. Oh, I want a prune. Can I also have a prune? Question mark, please. Please. Vel, can we? Do you have enough prunes to? Does your mom have enough prunes to share with the class? Yeah, Plas is already 96. Coco's 44. Honestly, most of the rolls have been pretty good today. Yes, yay! I got a prune, chat. I did it. Yay!
So is the opposite of a gay disaster a straight disaster?
I'm not sure, Red. Because I know the opposite of gay panic is disassociate straight. But, like... I feel like a gay disaster. I'm not sure. Chat, what do you think? Oh, it's the opposite? Should it be a straight success, though? Is a success the opposite of a disaster, though? I think I'm looking at a gay disaster right meow. Did you get a mirror ping? Did you get a new mirror? Oh, Angie Bear. We stay away from the Angie Bear. It's okay, Pwink. He's just a little Pwink. Oh no. Oh no. Biotic, you gotta choose which ASMR. Honestly, do you even read? No, Bear. Okay. Okay, just put him to dish. He's just taking a nap. Yay! We got trees to chop.
Bum bum destruction 100.
Wait, I redeemed the wrong thing? Oh my. I was so ready to mute the stream. Wait. Wait. Does that mean you don't like the ASMR, Kai? Whispers make my skin crawl. Okay, but there's two different types, right? Because now we have two types of ASMR. We've got the whisper. But we've also got when I just talk like this. As Zozo like to call it, the come hither. This is nice. See, there you go. See, there's an ASMR for everybody. That's why we have two types now. So there's less for you to have to hate. Oh my god. Also chat. Okay, I'm also gonna say this now. Tomorrow we're once again this is actually just straight up Bitcraft week, I'm realizing now. Because we've had 4 Bitcraft streams back to back with Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and now Wednesday. And then tomorrow there's also gonna be a bonus Bitcraft stream. Because the update is juicy.
ASMR Catboy deforests all remaining life on the tundra.
Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. The update for tomorrow, oh my god, I'm so excited. Update? Yes. It's been 2 weeks, Biotic. Well, almost. As of tomorrow, it'll be 2 weeks since we got the Chimkins. And I'm so excited. It's gonna be such a fun stream. Got a new tree here. Oh, and a soldier. Let me go. Bonk. You imagine just out here. Here we are in the. Oh no! Stop! Stop! Listen. Don't be out here hurting my friends, alright? There's one over here. Where do you see? Oh, there. Oh. Bonk. What? I heard a noise for a second that panicked me. Okay. You shall update. I need to murder more burbs. You do. Okay. Gotta farm more leather of all tiers so I can upgrade. Ah, the joys. Wait. Oh. Look at them nerd scholars fighting side by side. You know it. Fighting and chopping down trees side by side. That's what scholars do. Nerds together strong. What was that? What was what? Wait, what was what, Ping? Time to gamba. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah. What's in the box? Music note. Orange cat! Okay. And they were roommates. Exactly. We were roommates. We were tundra mates. What? I got a new black box and a purple. Got the cubes! You got the cube. I got shiny rare cube. Look. I got special cube. Special cube. One sec. Cat at door. Kitty. What's up, kitty? Screaming. Here you go. I'm putting you on the lap. Ugh. Ugh. There we go. Heavy kitty. Oh, did you hear that? I think that meow was loud enough. That one just popped into existence right there. Alright. What? Thank you. Oh, you're so happy to get to be on the lap again, huh? Alright, I'm a skedaddle. Gotta make myself out. Okie dokie, Coco. Thank you for dropping by and hanging out, lovely. Take care of yourself, okay? Be a good bean. No, you have sleep. Now your eyes are clean. Silly kitty. Okay, wait, are we good? We're back, yes. OBS absolutely just shot itself and died. I'm not entirely sure why. Just freaking absolutely got nuked for a second there. Oh. Yeah. Absolutely no idea why it did that. But it should be okay right now. Accidentally Alt F4'd on the OBS tab. No, it like straight up crashed. Like made my graphics card explode for a second. I don't know what it was doing or why it did that. But like it made the whole like PC freeze for just a second. Like the game and everything froze up. It was wild. Let me see here. Oh no.
My brain is also freezing up, Senator Buffer.
Yeah. I think my computer is just having a moment. I think my computer is having a moment right now. Let me see. Okay. Alright, give me one. overheating still? I guess maybe the... Yeah, no, it is starting... Wait, has it warmed up? What temperature is it? Let me check. Temperature has gone up. Let me... Once. I know. Get a little airflow going. I think the airflow in the room is just not good right now. Right. So my poor computer is having a... No! Ah! 1 sec. I don't like having the door in my room. Cat boy down. I'm okay, I'm okay. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. The draft just like slammed the door. We're okay, we're okay. Everything's okay. It was a ghost. A very angry ghost. Draft does not slam doors like that. Listen. Listen, okay? Jeremy doesn't like being outed on the internet like that. If there's something strange in your cat boy, squeeze. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold it right here. Don't go, don't. I know this is not, no. No cat busting. No cat busting. No busting cats, okay? That's not... Listen, you gotta get consent first, okay? You gotta get consent first, at least. Don't go busting your cat boys unless you have consent, alright, chat? This is a public service announcement. Where's the... Oh, the bongo code is gone! Oh. Bongos. Don't you exclamation point bust me? What the heck? Oh. No busting. Thank you, players. Thank you, players. My guardian. My protector. My protector. I'm so confused as to why OBS just fucking obliterated it. Is it just because it was like, it did get too hot? It shouldn't have, but... Let me see. Yeah, that might have actually just been it. Is Vegeta broken for anyone else? I keep trying to track the blossom trees, but it keeps... Yeah, Bitcraft map has, I believe right now it's just R14 that the blossom tracking isn't working for some reason. But Corn, if you want to, you can come join us over here in the tundra. There are a lot of blossom trees around here. Especially like on this side or on this side. There is a lot. Like as you can see, there's just like they're all over the place. Zozo chopped them all down. That's true. Zozo chopped pretty much all of them down. In Region 8. If you're missing blossoms in Region 8, look at your local capybara house. They're probably all in there. I'm heading to Eep Gang. Okie dokie, Red. Have a good rest, lovely. Have a good sleeping. Have a good sleep. I'm trying to join, but alas, it does take my ancient fossil take 3 to 5 business days to boot up the game. Maybe that's the best place for Meownicipality Tower. Maybe. Maybe. The tundras are very pretty. I would love to eventually have, like... The thing is now, so... I've actually been speaking with, Alerica, and I want to see if we can get some other groups from R14 together. Because for those who know, there's going to be a new... like, we're gonna get our first temporary region, right? In the summer. And... with it being a whole region, it's going to be undeveloped, there's going to be no towns, there's going to be anything, and you're going to need to set up that infrastructure yourselves. So, obviously, it's very expensive to set up a town. So we've been talking with, potentially trying to organize a few groups together within R14, so that together we can put together all the resources to place and upgrade a claim in the Uncharted Isles that we'll then be able to use for the period of the event, and then take it down, spread the resources back out, and leave. Hi, Flipper. Thank you for the hydrate bean and the stretch. So, we're still trying to see exactly. We're still like in the idea phase right now. But if there are other like groups within R14 that want to join in on this prospect, give a poke. Let us know. Senta, how can I share a drawing with you? If you'd like to share some art, we have an entire art section in the Discord. If you'd like to join us in Discord, we've got a creative courtyard for sharing general artworks. We've got the artist alley where we share like work in progress and like feedback and stuff with each other. And then there's also a third and final art channel, which is just specifically for art of me. But yeah, if you go to the creative courtyard, you should be able to share all your pretty arts in there. I'd love to see. If you're alright with that, of course. Oh, pots. Temp region, eh? Biotic, have you not been paying attention to any of like the patch notes and updates and stuff? You gotta go watch them streams, man. Oh no. I've been away all weekend, got back yesterday, but it was last week. Silly bean. Also, hi, Flippo. Okay, I forgot to hydrate and stretch. Alright, drink some water, stretch your muscles right now, chat. Otherwise, we'll be very angry with you. Okay? There's that one. Who here has banks? One has a bank. Of course I have to right away. Damn it. Gonna run over the Bloodborne outpost. Deposit my stuff in the bank there. And then we'll keep going. Silly biotic. If only the incident in 96 didn't happen, we might have had us in. No, right? And you got me instead. So sad. Think of what could have been. Think of what could have been. Chip large. Also, Flip. When I was doing the German accent earlier, and you went, "Oh, you making fun of me?" You can't say that. You sound more British than German. I'm sorry to say, you don't sound German at all. Even when you were saying German words, you still didn't sound as German. You didn't sound like you did not sound like thickly German. Like you could have. I'm sorry to say. You sound British. Okay? And yes, the derogatory. No, I'm joking. Not the derogatory. You do sound very posh though. I do find it very funny that you have one of your tags was like not posh. When you very much do sound posh. I'm sorry to say, it's just true. I am not posh, but you talk like this the whole time. You sound, the whole time you sound like you're speaking with such a refined way. You know? Like your voice is a bit more soft-spoken, and your enunciation of the words is so well focused, you know, you don't cut and dive, you don't cut your words up at all. He sounds so posh. He's so posh. Why are you pulling that face, Star? I will find you non-menacingly. I hope you do. What? Who said that? That was crazy. Did you hear that? The wind today. Flush. Yep. I will turn Australian now. Would that be better? Nor. Or nor. I want to hear Australian, Flip. Alright, Flip. Next time you're streaming, I want to hear Australian, Flip. Oh, what the heck is happening to my... Oh my. You see those weird lines? Is that my screen or is that on stream? Gone now. Weird. Very weird. How strange. Or nor clear the condensation. Can I just use this to make you speak in the posh voice for the next 3 minutes instead? No. And yes, I don't mind wasting the points even if that's a no. Perfect. Because you're not getting them back. That was a very adorable posh voice. I know, right? Flip, you do sound really adorable. Flip does sound very adorable. Canonically. Can confirm. I will find you. I hope you will. What? Boop. Don't threaten me with a good time. Boop. Oh, frickin' bees. I have to eradicate half of the local wasp population before I can get anywhere. I know what you are. I know what you are. You little gay boy. That sounded so much worse. Oh my god. Sen, you can't say that? Well, I just did. I bet you're a boy kisser, aren't you? I bet you're one of them boy kissers. I said it. Also, I completely forgot to say, I realize now that I was like, oh yeah, join the Discord, blah, blah, blah. But Vel, if you wanted to, like, share a link to a piece of art, you can also just share it in chat. I don't have the links turned off. I just realized. I was just like, wow. That was like however many minutes ago. Probably like 20 minutes ago at this point. And then all of a sudden my brain was like, oh yeah. I never answered properly. I'm so silly. Hi, Rocket. Hello, cutie bobcat. Hello, cutie bobcat. How is the cutest little bobcat doing? You can't say that. You like men, don't you, Squidward? I had my headset out. What did Sen say? Did we get slurred? Only you. But it was a self-slur, so don't worry. Oh no, Rocket! My poor bean. You poor bean. Oh my. How am I gonna get this stuff down from here? I could eventually deposit it in like a boat there. But... oh, shit. That's the Oromite cave over there. I see. Okay, time to start heading back. My game glitched a second and my red cube just shot at me from the sky like a laser. See, that's what you get for being a boy kisser. Yep. Yep. You get hit by the space lasers if you're a boy kisser. I'm sorry to say. I'm sorry to say. Honestly, I'm very much... I'm very much waiting for the day that Twitch bans me for being homophobic. Because of me saying shit like this. Which would be especially funny since I got accepted into the Pride Guild like a month ago. Not even, like 2 weeks ago. But it's always funny because like there's always that sub pocket of the LGBT that like borderline, like, you know, when you're just like making jokes because you're trying to like reclaim like the homophobia and stuff and some of the terms to make everyone feel a bit more comfortable and like make it less jagged and blah 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 blah. Whatever. But like the jokes can end up getting to that point where at least I know quite a few like LGBT friend groups where like you're not if you're from the outside, you're not sure whether someone is gay or homophobic. You know? Cuz you're just it could go either way with the stuff that they're saying. Also, hi Sokar. Hello Sokar. How is little Mr. Starfire doing today? And yes, Sokar is canonically little. He's just a little guy. He's just a little guy. And he's only 24% gay too, apparently. Yikes. I came to slay, but nay, you like kissing boys, don't you? Don't you? Sometimes you slay, sometimes you get slain. And maybe in between you'll nay. A strong possibility. A little being. I wish men were real. I know, right? Sometimes I wish Sokar was real. I wish Flip was real. I wish all of you guys were real. I wish I wasn't just a crazy person with a bunch of voices in my head imagining. I wish Star Sokar Fire was real. No, no, I can't click on my minimap anymore. I can't click on anything anymore. There we go. Fixed it. I have friends who will say that stuff is gay, but exclusively use it for stuff that I do because, well, I am. Rocket, you never told. How could you hide the secret from us? I can't believe this. I trusted you. I thought you were one of us. I thought we were brothers. And after all this time, it's turned out that you're gay? What the? Where are you going? Oh my god. Alright, stop. Stop! Get... Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Fucking hell, man. My character was... Okay. Auto-retaliate is annoying. The damn auto-retaliate just got me murdered. It kept stealing my controls? Okay, we're gonna kill this soldier in a second. Because now I'm angry. Now I'm angry. Yeah, this is what you get. Come here. Die. Die. Yeah. Oh my god. Goat. Move. So annoying. Alright. What did I miss? I missed thingies. I understand what's real. Unfortunately, we're all just in the midst of a shared psychosis on an AOL chat room. Oh my god. Could you please say minimap anymore? Minimap anymore? Wait, why? What? What did I do? What is reality anyway? I don't know. Is it edible? Does it taste good? Is it a piece of candy? Oh, piece of candy. No. Stop. My loyalty is to the Republic, to homosexuality. The gay agenda runs strong with this one. Rocket Bobcat, a strong proponent of the gay agenda. Okay, just on the other side of the river. we go. I should get a rainbow planner and call it my gay agenda. Yes, yes, you should. I agree. So where is the tundra and what's the fastest way? So the tundra is the northeastern side of the region. Give me 1 second because these dang wasps! Leave me alone! Honestly, bees these days. Chopping away at the speed of super slow. Yeah, so the tundra is here. It's this section of the map. Your closest starter town is Ravenmoor. There is a road that goes from Ravenmoor to New Aquila. So you can mostly go along that path, and then it's just a little bit further into the tundra. And then I'd say this area and this area are the ones that have the most blossoms. I should name a religion and Civ the gay agenda. Yes, we can spread the gay agenda. That's what we need to do next. Next Civ playthrough has been determined. I've been thinking, chat. Do we want to have a Civ playthrough on stream again? Because Civ 7's had its big update now. Civ 7 had a big ol' update, and I remember having some fun when we did when it first released and we played on stream. So I was debating now of doing, maybe returning with another Civ 7 playthrough on stream. Would you guys want that? Because they've done the test of time update, so now you can actually just play the same civilization through all 3 eras, instead of civ swapping into a bunch of random civs like before. And it's honestly pretty fun because you can like steal little tidbits from other civs if you stay. You can do that if you make custom religion content. Yeah, you can. Sen is very good at Civ 7? Nah. I'm just a nerd who pushes a lot of buttons. I'm just able to make it look like I'm good at video. That's why I'm a streamer, because I'm able to make it look like I know what I'm doing. That's the hidden talent of streaming. I'm really good at seeming knowledgeable. Not necessarily being knowledgeable, but at least I can seem knowledgeable. Run. Run, Forest, run! Heck was that? Oh, we were almost perfectly in sync there. You got Civ 7 Bionic? Oh, nice. Have you played much of it? What do you think of Civ 7? Because I have, like, I see the vision of what the game could have been, and I love the vision. I love what the game could have been. I'm not particularly enamored with what it is, though. I think. I'm good at making big armies, but not much else. Yeah, the problem with Civ is, like, multitasking, right? Is, like, doing all the different things, like trying to, like, maintain a military, but also, like, develop your culture and build wonders and do research and science and expand and, like, diplomacy. Like, there's so many different things to be multitasking. I find it's really hard to, like, I usually try to do a little bit of everything, but then I end up, like, not succeeding at all of it. Military victory is my default every time, even when I try to do something else. Yeah. I feel like the thing is as well, like, at least in some of the Civ games, the AIs are also just so insanely, aggressive that it's hard to not, like, it's hard to do, like, a fully pacifist playthrough a lot of the time. Especially, like, the Civ 7 AI is kinda... you know... Like, I like the idea that they had about them, like, having preferences, and if you follow their preference, you get a mood, like a friendship bonus, but if you, like, go against their preferences, then you get, like, a negative friendship modifier. But... oh, don't slam in. The door's trying to slam on me, chat. 1 second. Nice. Nala is being so cute right now, and I can't even show it because she's on the part of the bed that you can't see. Go up. But yeah, like, the problem that I found with Civ 7's AI was, like, some of them have, like, really silly things that they do or do not, like you about. And so, like, they'll suddenly, like, even though you've got, like, a positive trading relationship, they'll suddenly, like, try and denounce you out of nowhere because you haven't been spying on other civs as much, or, like, you're friends with too many city-states. And, like, I understand that stuff like that should give maybe, like, a little bit of an impact if you're trying to, like, go for the same things as them, but sometimes it feels really out of nowhere. That's kind of the problem I've had with Civ AI just in general. It's always felt very out of nowhere. And then especially in 7 now, sometimes they, even when they're behind, they'll sit there and try and like go to war with you, even though they have like no chance of beating you militarily. At least in like Civ 5, they wouldn't declare war on you unless they were like evenly matched in military strength. Most of the time. Not always, but most of the time. You think there's any plans to let us increase our inventory? I'd like to be able to carry more than 10 of a cooked food. No, I don't believe in the near future. But to be fair, the food can last really long, right? 30 minutes for the buff itself, but the actual hunger bar as well. Like, you don't necessarily have to unless you really need the buff. What I tend to do to stretch out how long the food lasts, especially with the deluxe ones, since they feed 75 satiation, I let it like decay a lot more until either my stamina bar actually needs to be refilled or I'm like getting close to like starving. What I played before was okay, had a lot of issues though, yeah. Loading times are a bit painful. Yeah, oh, Civ 7 needs to be on an SSD. Do not put Civ 7 on anything other than an SSD. It is unplayable otherwise. Mm-hmm. You don't get to do giant death robots. Yeah, there's no giant death robots in Civ 7. It's so sad. So upsetting. That's the other thing I don't like. A lot of like the character of Civ games is kind of missing from it. Right, sorry. Oh my god. Why are you running? Sometimes. The pathfinding. You click on something and he runs in the opposite direction. Anyway. Agenda system causes them to declare war even when they're in a weak position and doesn't make sense? Yeah. Gandhi Peaceful Toolies discovers nukes. See, that was also like... Love Civ 5, never got into Civ 6, haven't tried Civ 7. Civ 6 I liked more than 5. Hard to farm achievements though. Yeah. My problem with Civ 6 is that it started to go the over-the-top DLC direction. Civ 5 already started on that path, but it wasn't too bad. But Civ 6 got so many just like, here's another random Civ DLC. Here's another, like, one civilization, one leader, one this. Like, you got so many DLCs with just like some random little shit. Yeah. Civ 6 I like more than 5. I love playing Toll, and I felt like Civ 6 made that a lot less viable. I normally never build more than... Pretty sure you can still do Toll depending on build, but I guess it depends on modifiers. My lunch break's over, so I gotta head out. Okie dokie, Rocket! Take care, thanks for hanging out, Bean! Civ 6 is good, but two must-have mods for me are one that increases minimum distance between cities, and one that allows you to remove districts so you can undo placement mistakes. Yeah! Yeah. Civ 6, like, there's a lot about Civ 6 that I like. I don't agree that Civ 6 didn't let you build Toll, though. I think Civ 6 allowed you to build Toll pretty well. The thing that I didn't like about Civ 5 in particular was Civ 5 really punished you for trying to build wide. Like, because of the way that they did the happiness system, it was really... I really didn't like the happiness system in Civ 5. It felt really stinky. And then in Civ 6, there was something about Civ 6 as well that annoyed me in the way, like, that felt kind of limiting. And I kind of have the same with Civ 7 with the settlement limit. I don't like just arbitrary random limitations like that, personally. It's why, like, I always prefer to, like, play Civ with a big map and then less AIs than what the map actually normally gives. So, like, if the map has 8 AIs, I'll play, or like 8 players, I'd play it with like 5 or 6. Because I feel like otherwise you're always forced into being like really small, and it feels really... But yeah, I don't like. I usually like building like really. I kind of like both wide or tall styles of gameplay. The problem that I've had was like I feel like each Civ game kind of forces you one way or the other, right? Like, oh, I just had like a deja vu moment. Um, oh, what was I saying? I can't remember anymore. I was going on a tangent and now I've forgotten my tangent. Did you know you can set your equipment presets to keys on the hotbar? Yes, I did. It used to also be bugged, where they'd show the wrong number. But I personally don't mind just the quick swap here and back and forth. Bear. Angry Umbura, it's time to take a nap. Taking a nap, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Also, my hotbar is already so full, and I've never used any of the other hotbars. I probably should do that at some point. But yeah, I don't. Honestly, what I kind of wish we could have is I'd love if I could have two hotbars just visible at the same time. Really, like the ideal would be to eventually have like a customizable UI, kind of like what like Final Fantasy 14 or WoW does, where you can have like multiple hotbars and you can choose like different configurations of them and like wherever you want them to be on screen. Because I think it would be really nice to just have like a bar like on the side here, for example, where I could put all my deployables and like the presets or something like that, and I could just click on them there. And then this bar over here could just be specifically things that I really want, like would want to like shortcut for and press the buttons. I'd love to be able to just customize the UI more. art style would be great. I just like very customizable UIs in general. I think like that was the thing that I enjoyed the most about like when I was playing like Final Fantasy 14. Being able to put the hotbars and like the UI in general all in like the areas that I wanted it to be. Every little thing from like the health bar to the action bars to the enemy like stats and stuff like that. So that everything is visible in a way that you want. I think is always just a nice system to have. Because it gives you, it lets you appeal to more people, right? Because, like, there are some people that really like to have a lot of UI on their screen, and then there are some people like me that really want to have as little UI as possible. Like, I want the center part of my screen here to be as empty as possible. So, like, ideally, I'd love to, like, move this maybe, like, a bit further down. Like, squish this in a little bit more. Maybe have that off a bit more to the side. Have maybe, like, a little hotbar on the side here for some of the buttons. Like, I love my center of the screen being as empty as possible. And that as much of the UI is in the corners. I'd honestly want to make my mini-maps here a little bit smaller. But keep the rest of this UI the same. I'd want this a little bit bigger. These buttons down here I'd want a little bit bigger. Like, I'd love to be able to, like, individually customize all the different subsections. If possible. I'm sorry my tiny humans dragged me off earlier when I asked my question. No, you're all good, Val. How can I send you a drawing? You have two options if you'd like. You can either join us on Discord. I can give you... Here is... Discord link, or you can just link the art directly in chat if you just want to show us off something pretty that you've drawn. The Discord has a couple different sections for sharing art in. We've got an artist alley for like work in progress and yapping about art. We've got the creative courtyard for showing finished pieces, and we've got the Send Art O channel for if anyone does a drawing of me. And the reason why I do have the art channel separate is because I eventually want to put a system together for showing off the drawings that you guys have made of me. For that one, there is a little message at the very top of that art channel. I wish I could set it so that it would always show that message first, so the first time you open it, you'd see that message. Because there's a little red light, green light system to indicate whether or not you're okay with that art being shown off on stream. I think everyone keeps missing it because it's all the way at the top of the channel. And then I get sad. Because then I don't know if I can show it off or not. Like Corn, I don't know if I can show off yours. You neither gave nor revoked permission. I hope you like it. Oh, what the heck? Oh my god! Oh, this is so
break
cute!
and hydrate.
I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna scream. That's so cute! I love this! Prune Boy is magnificent. Prune Boy is amazing. Oh. You know what? That was actually... I did not even cross my mind that it might not be. I should be a little bit more careful with stuff like that, I think, now that I'm thinking about it. But it's so
I have so
pretty.
many unclaimed loot boxes cause I do not have and never will play this game.
Oh dear. Pendris got all the boxes. Maybe if you get a friend that really likes the game, you could bind your Twitch account with their account, and then you could give them all your loot boxes, I guess. If you're not ever planning to play Bitcraft yourself. Also, thank you for the self-care redeem star. Alright, chat. 5 to hydrate and stretch studies. You better drink some water and stretch your muscles right now. Or else. There we go. Thank you, Star. What happened? I said corn. When you posted the I crave violence, you never indicated whether there was or was not permission for it to be shown off. We got a little. There's a message at the top of the art channel in the Discord, with a red light, green light system as to whether or not I'm allowed to show off your art on stream, because we do everything with consent in this household. Alright, there's an ad. I'm sorry. I didn't even pay attention to the fact that an ad break had started. I'm a dummy! There we go. Now the ad break should be over. Sorry about that. I completely didn't pay attention to the fact that the ads had started. I hope it wasn't too rough on you guys. Need to run out of stamina. The only friends I have that would already play and get their own boxes, i.e. Zozo. Well, there is technically, even if they get their own boxes, you can give them yours. When it comes to all the Twitch drops. I'm in desperate need of more burbs, yes. Aren't we all? The burb grind is an unending struggle. You can do what you want with it. Okay. If I subscribe, will these ads go away? Yeah, so if you have either, there's a couple ways to avoid ads. Either if you get Twitch Turbo, which makes it so that you don't get ads anywhere on Twitch as part of a monthly subscription. Or if you subscribe to an individual channel, then you won't get ads, but only on that channel. And you can either subscribe directly, or you can use, if you have Amazon Prime, you get one free Prime sub that you can spend per month on a channel of your choosing. But then each month you have to actively engage that. I can hear you saying that, Star. 2 soldiers just attacked you. Kill them. Show them what happens when they attack an Angie pendant. Treat them with the starfall. This is so pretty. Belle, am I allowed to show this on stream for anyone that did not click the link? Do I have your permission to show this to all the peoples? Because it looks so pretty. Oh, what the heck, Mel? Thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you, Bean. I hope you enjoy the month of ad-free viewing and access to the emotes. The other benefit of subscribing is that you get to use some of our cute and pretty emotes, all made by the lovely Star Pendant. I don't know why I said Star's name so weirdly there. I need to save the image. I also have it's currently still a work in progress, but I have a project that I'm currently doing where if where we're getting to get like a new stream layout and setup, and like I can't remember what the correct scenes are. There we go. To get like new streaming scenes, and one of the scenes, or more potentially, but at least one of the scenes, I want to be able to show off the art that any of you guys have drawn. And so, but obviously only with permission. So I also want to ask if you want to grant your permission for it to be used on there or not. Obviously, no pressure either way. Please do not feel like you need to do either. Oh yeah. Sure, I don't mind. Okay. Thank you. I'll add it to the list for that when it eventually gets made. Cause you all are so talented. Okay, can I get this to show? Image. Oh. Properties. Oh my lord, that's large. Need to shrink it down. One second. They're trying to murder. Get off. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're almost there. Here we go. Chat! Chat! Look what Vel drew! Look at this! This is not- it's so cute! I'm sobbing. This is not so adorable! You guys are also talented. You're also so good at art and drawing. Ah, I love it. It's so cute. It's so cute. I know, right? What the heckies? I feel honored. Thank you. Thank you, Vel. Gotta stay regular. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. It continues to blow my mind. Then you might have to pry me away if I start playing PoE 2 for art and anime. True, true. Star, we need to... Okay. Star, speaking of, would you tonight already be ready to talk about like one or two of like the initial emotes that I've already locked in for the next batch? Because I can already give you like the initial concept ones. While we still fill out what the rest of them will be for the full batch. But there's two that I definitely know that I want to get in the next art batch. Yeah, sure. Perfect. Perfect. Alright. So... why are you so warm? I just got jump scared so bad with the moss, dude. Holy shit, the sound it makes made me nearly jump out of my skin. Oh no! Why? I think I actually need to, like, tune the game down a bit. Because it's definitely... you know, we'll put it back to old low for a bit. Maybe that'll calm it down. I wonder if that actually changes anything. Interestingly enough, as strange as this seems, the graphics card usage does not change at all between the two different quality presets. Huh. I think my graphics card is overheating a bit because it's just warm in my room. See if I bring the render distance down, does that change it? That's brought it down a little bit. I don't know why it's being so intense today. I think my computer is just struggling because of the heat. But my graphics card isn't able to cool as much as it normally would be able to. That's why the usage is so high. It was just suddenly loud and my ears are harassed with this like paper plus scratching noise. Aw. I stepped away from my desk for work and my children have already put 5 stickers on me within 20 seconds. It's actually impressive. They will find a way. Children find a way. That's crazy. Wait, really? Yeah. Because like... I'm actually surprised by it as well, because I see a visible difference. But if I look at my graphics card usage, okay, now it's going down a bunch because I reduced the render distance. Right? So if we set here, we're on Ultra. And now on low. Okay, it has gone down by 1%. It looks like. But it went down by like less than what its normal like graphics fluctuation just is in general based on what the screen is rendering. Yeah. Like the average point goes down by like 1 to 2% between ultra and low, which is kind of wild, actually. I don't know if that's just my graphics card being weird or if that's actually something to do with the game. Oh god, I hate when it does this. Can we... There we go. Okay, he's back. Yeah, it's not making... I'm kind of confused as to how that can be the case. The GPU usage... My GPU utilization is not changing much. It is like the average point between ultra and low is like slightly... It's slightly lower at low, but like... Not by as much as I would expect, going all the way from like the highest settings to the lowest settings. Huh. Yeah, normally I don't have any issues with the game. I think it's only just because I've got, because I'm streaming now at the same time, so that kind of overwhelms my graphics card a little bit. Actually, I should check, because is OBS mostly putting the work on my graphics card? Because if it is, I should change that. It should mostly be putting it on my... What is OBS's CPU? Very, very... Did I do something wrong here? Oh, could that be it? I wonder how it would change if there were also more trees. That could also be it, yeah. Maybe it's like just the things that it currently sees are not... How did I not even see that tree? Like the things that it currently sees are just not visible. And like not affected. Where's our next soldier? Forgot to switch. Alright. Got another one down. Boop. Okay. We seem to be alright. We climb. I really want to. Oh, that's actually a game I haven't played in a hot minute. Balatro is. It's been so long since the last time I played Balatro. Oh my goodness. It's one of those games that kind of just disappears from. At least for me, like it completely disappears from my mind after a while. I remember at one point I was like, I want to go and get all the achievements. And then I just kind of stopped playing. This is classic. To be fair, to get all the achievements, you have to grind. Where's the next? Up there. We're going up. I'm now dedicated to my climb. I haven't played it in a while, but I listen to the soundtrack at least once a week. Hell yeah. What? Why would you? Brother, it's all the way over here. Why are you climbing? Honestly, the soundtrack for Balatro is kind of legendary. Really don't like. Much better. Oh! Star has a sword now. Star, when did you get a sword? I don't blame you. Some of them, yeah. I've watched a friend of mine back in the day who would like play like some of the hardest stakes and stuff like that. And I was just always like, damn. To be fair, my problem, like Balatro is the rare exception for me because I'm not really a big fan of like deck builders in games generally. Oh, Star is ascending. Star is ascending. aggressively. Nope, it's too high. My mistake for picking up the goat. It's from the demo typing cat wishlist thingy. Oh yeah, it's from that other one. Same, I actually don't enjoy card games, but I enjoy Balatro probably because I don't like competitive games. I'm a co-op person. Oh, 100%, yes. I have... So... I do enjoy competitive games, but I don't enjoy myself in competitive games. If that makes sense? Like, nowadays I think I'm better at it, but like when I was younger, I used to get so like aggressive in competitive games, and I really did not like that part of myself. And I know that like nowadays I can usually play in a competitive game and be alright, but if I play too much of a competitive game, I start to get like aggressive again. But like a lot of times there are like gameplay aspects of competitive games that I do enjoy, that are fun. I just don't like the person I become when I play competitively. I wanna be a good vibes bean. I don't wanna be an angry screaming at the screen bean. Okay. Turn for example, well, yeah. There was a period of time that like two friends of mine were really into Fortnite. And so I would play Fortnite with them. And then I would start to get like like if we were playing for like 2 hours, right? By the like the later like after those first like the first like hour or two, good vibes, we're happy. Oh dang, we lost. Oh shucks, guys. Oh, but then like we would do that like every few days, and then like 2 or 3 weeks down the line, at the end of those 2 hours, and then we do something, be like, God damn it, how are they cheating? Just screaming in rage. And I don't like being that person. I know my friends don't mind it because they are like they do the same. Where like we all kind of share that, but I don't like when the game gets me into that state. As long as like I'm okay with playing the game until I start to get, but nowadays like I'll notice that I'm gonna start getting agitated, and that's when it's like, okay, it's time to like stop for tonight. Which I think I've been able to do pretty good at, like noticing when I'm starting to get heated and then just like, all right, time to stop. I think I've gotten a lot better at noticing that now. Always the case, yeah. It's just kind of the nature of competitive games, right? It always brings out a little bit of that rage in everyone. Or games where they say so and so is hiding under the radar. Oh yeah, no, I don't like. Okay, I will say, I'm okay with the competitive games where I'm playing against a random person. I am much less of a fan. Actually, no. Competitive games. No. So competitive games against random people are the ones where I can get like angry. Competitive games, if the only opponents are like my friends, That's a different story. Those ones I'm usually like, I'm pretty good with those. Like, unless someone is like intentionally trying to like bully someone else in the group, I don't usually get mad in those games. But with my friend group, that rarely happens, so. I think I just don't care enough about winning against other people, which I know bothers some people and actually competitive. I'd rather let someone win than stress myself out. That's fair. That's very fair. Honestly, I think that's also healthy. It's why, like, for me, it kind of depends on the game. Which was I was a big fan of Marvel Rivals, right? I really enjoyed Marvel Rivals because for that exact same state, if I played like, or at least when I played Marvel Rivals, I don't play it anymore, but when I used to play it, I would enjoy playing like a normal game if I didn't want to get all like stressed and like try really hard to like do the best and win and blah blah blah. And then you could play like a ranked game if you wanted to like really go like hardcore, really stress out, do your absolute best against people doing their absolute best. I liked having that like dichotomy, like that choice in the game. But then what kind of ended up happening was that most players would end up taking the normal games and being just as competitive in a normal game as they would in a ranked game, and then that kind of killed the fun, and that's why I started to like drift away from that game. That's why I prefer co-op games, so there's no bad vibes. Oh, 100%. I think overall, I'm more of a fan of co-op games. I think the thing that I like about competitive games is that most competitive games are very round-based. Like, they'll function in, like, just like you play for a round, you know. If you want to pop on a game for, like, 30 minutes, it's really easy to pick up one of those, like, competitive games and play for 30 minutes, and then the game's done, and then you're done. Whereas, like, I feel like cooperative games inherently want you to play longer. Generally. I'm generalizing, because I don't think that's, like, always the case. But see, now as well, when I have that, like, I just want to pop on for a few minutes and do something, I can just do that in Bitcraft. It's perfect. Bitcraft has been the answer to all of my problems. Want to pop on and play for like 30 minutes? Bitcraft. Wanna play for the next 12 hours unceasingly because you have lost your soul to the void trying to breed up higher rarity chickens? Bitcraft. Oh man, I cannot wait for the new taming content tomorrow. I cannot wait. Yeah, only reason I used to play Splatoon. Yeah, exactly. Splatoon was another good one. Splatoon was another one where like the game itself was very fun, but people got way too intense about it. When you would have like a game where everyone was just being like fun and silly, it was very fun. But then when like most of the time you had people that were going way too intense. Yeah, also the reason I slowly stopped playing was because of some players were too yucky. Yeah. Some people are very tough. Also, and you, oh right, I forgot that you used to stream it as well. Oh. What's that? Thank you so much for the follow. Sorry, I didn't see that. Welcome to our little Meownicipality. I hope you enjoy your time in our little cozy kitty corner. Fine. All right. There we go. You got a new cube? Let's go! Which one did you get? I'm still missing... I think I'm only missing one of the cubes now. And then all of the other shapes. Yeah, I'm missing yellow still. Got 4 greens, man. 3 umbricites, 2 astrolites, but no yellow yet. You got the hexite one? Let's go! Nice. The hexite one is so pretty. It's my... Aesthetically, the green, the purple, the little bits of blue, it's perfect. Hi, Gabe. Hello. How's it going? I really want Rathium. The Rathium's also very pretty. Red glow. I'm always like, my problem now is just there's too many cute little pets to have following around. I really like my Luminite one though. Purple. But also lion. And cute little deer. But also Spooter. There's just, and then cat. Pumpkin. Look at Pumpkin. He's so perfect. There's just too many, man. You've got 5 of the red one. You've got 5 Wrath. Damn. You want the white and Hexite? Yeah, Hexite's gonna be your hardest one. I don't know what the exact drop rates are, but I know that at least between each shape, the Hexite variant is rarer than the other, like, 10. But I don't know if, like, the Hexite cube is rarer than, like, the Hexite, like the normal D8. A cube is a D6, not a D8. I know. I was talking about the D8. I said the normal. I don't know if the normal cube, but the Hexite variant of the normal cube is rarer than the normal version of the D8, because the normal D8 is rarer than the normal cube. Because the way these work is they have 3 variants. Whenever you open up the boxes, you can either get a cube, a D6, a D8, or a D20. And then all of them have 11 forms, which is the 10 tiers, and then the Hexite. And then the 10 tiered ones, I believe, are all equal. And then the Hexite is rarer than those ones, but I don't know if the Hexite D6 is rarer than, like, Arathium D8. Or D20. But someday, hopefully. I have an extra Astrolite Star. I don't know how I'd get it to you, though. Yeah, you can't trade them yet. Minch did, like, confirm in the last stream, so last week, Thursday, they do eventually want to make it possible for you to trade your cubes. They wanted to make it so that you can trade them, and so that you can use them to craft, like, the next tier of cubes, or the next tier of fragments, so that you can get the D8s and then eventually the D20s. But sadly, not yet. They also eventually want to make it so that you can, like, use them to decorate. Oh. What? Oh no! I've run out of food. We'll probably need to end soon. Hi, Fubuki! How's it going? How's it going? How are you doing today, lovely? Rubbing as many petals as you can before the season ends? Yep. You know it. Okay. How you doing, lovely? By the way, I don't plan on playing Bitcraft anytime soon, and I don't know if I ever will eventually. Unfortunately. I flipper. If I ever will, so to send one my better cubes. I believe the only way would be to, like, bind accounts. But I'm okay, thank you, B. Because I don't think you're able to, like, give them to somebody else when it's a Twitch drop. I bought these. Yo, I bought these really cheap toddler chairs the other day, and when my kids sat on them at home, realized they have squeakers in the seat. Oh no. So now my 3-year-old is angrily sitting in her chair and it squeaks every time and I can't stop laughing, but I know I shouldn't. This is serious. Oh goodness, no, I'd not be able to handle that. I would, nope. I'd be lost in the giggle fits. That's so funny. Why are the crafts for them are not numerous, or is it more like seeds hunt to plum? Yeah, the main reason I'm gathering, well, is the seeds for the trees, but I'm also grabbing the petals to, because you can put the petals on the floor for the flooring, so like to decorate all around you. It's the main reason. I want them for decorating. I just kind of want a future proof for future potential uses. Like I don't want to end up like 2 months from now working on a project for something pretty and then be like, oh, I want to add some like petals to the floor, or I want to put like a few of these the blossom branches around or the bonsais around, and then when I actually get there I don't have enough for it. So I just kind of want a future proof to avoid that. Or if like a friend comes along and they're like, hey, I want some blossoms, or I want to do this and I don't have any, then I can be like, here you go, here's a couple. Yeah, I also want to put a lot more blossom trees along the road. Not as much as like the tunnel, the little like the little like tunnel area over there in the distance is one thing, but like I want to have them a bit sporadically along the road. So for those who haven't seen, with our little rainbow road, the area I'm currently talking about is currently forming in the distance. Right, serious people, I'm gonna go eat. Okie dokie, Gabe. Have good food, lovely. So this area right here is our little cherry blossom tunnel. I want to have more along the rest of the road, not as like densely packed as they are right here. So like it would probably be like one there maybe, and then like one there, just a little bit along the road to give it a bit more of an appeal, like I don't know, just to give it a little bit more of an interesting design aside from the road itself. But yeah, I just want it to be I want to be future proofed for that eventually. And so cool and amazing, almost as cool and amazing as Flipper, as all the cutie kitties here. I'm just slowly trying to leech off of your amazing energies. I need more Elenvar. Oh no! What are you working on, Vil, if you don't mind me asking? I see, smart. I should hop on that last day hunt, but our settlement has about 5 days of supplies left. Oh no! But do you need some help with making like frames or something? Oh, accidentally clicked. I was gonna say, if you need some help like making frames for supplies, Fubuki, just ask. We'd be 100% down. Obviously, we also have the Feralith mine here, if that's easier for you. Or there's the tier 2 mine at the outpost, because that's probably closer to you. We're good, thanks. Just wasn't really active lately. Work sucks. No, that's very fair. That's very. Yeah, if you end up needing any help, Bean, don't be afraid to ask. Yeah. I'm trying to upgrade my automata heart. Ah. Did I grab food? I did. Here's what I'll do. I'll also a quick snack. That'll keep you buffed for a bit. You know, with R, if it hits like 15, I'm like, nice fill. Yeah, no, I want to get this one filled to the max. So what I'm doing is like every like few days, I just do a big batch of ferrolith frames now to try and restock it. I brought back a whole tier 2 wagon full of tier 2 wood. So we should be fine once I finish crafting. Fair. Fair. Yeah, I would say, I think in terms of effort to supply, personally, I think the metal frames, I believe, is also, actually not just, I think generally the metal frames are seen as the most efficient supply to effort ratio. But that being said, if you're primarily like doing woodworking, everything works, obviously. Nothing is particularly wrong. But it might be worth looking at if the Bloodborne tier 7. Oh, that's only 9. There you go. I'm gonna go back out the Bloodborne T7 Cave Mining Outpost. What a name. Metal's great, but it also requires wood, while wood itself requires only time. That's fair. That's fair. I think the main thing is like, I remember correctly. Yeah, a timber is only 100. Yeah, so one timber which requires 20 planks is only 100 supplies. Whereas one ferrolith frame, which only is 10 ingots, is 250 supplies. But I get you, yeah, not having to collect both. Especially if you don't have some on supply. But yeah, if you have the logs like around to be able to smelt them, the ores build up your supply stock a lot faster. But obviously nothing is quote unquote wrong, right? There's no right or wrong way to supply a settlement. This soldier really needs to learn to frickin' give up, bro. Go away. Nobody wants you. Calm down. I agree with that. I usually end up using the tier 2 frames. Besides, you don't need flux for the ingots. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think the higher tier, anything above tier 2, I don't think is worth using for supplies, because then you have to spend money for the materials from Roomba to make it. But tier 1 or tier 2, as long as you have the resource like in abundance near you, super easy to supply your claim with. The one downside with ores is like the wait time, I guess, for smelting them. But for tier 1 ores, that's why I choose to use those generally. And because we're next to a tier 1 mine, right? Since they only take like 5 minutes, I can smelt like 1,000 of them in a couple minutes time. We've been focusing on redecorating and relocating. Relocating? What do you mean by that? Oh, just like moving stuff around? Oh. Oh, we didn't make any materials. My bad. Later, I really should move to tier 2 metal though. Yeah, but like I said, there's no like wrong process. But yeah, I think in terms of like the effort to like supply ratio, if you can get on the tier 2 like metals, it'll definitely let you produce a bit faster. This is not where I want to go. I want to go up the mountain. I want to go down the mountain so that I don't have to keep going over these freaking cliffs. There's another soldier up ahead. They're so aggressive today. There's so many of them. Oop. It is also nighttime, so there are more monster spawns at night. Back. There we go. I see you've been traveling a lot for the petals. Yep. It's because everyone's been gathering them close to their home, which as a result has been like making them all start respawning in the tundra here. So there's a freaking ton of them in the tundra. And so by deforesting the tundra, we're starting to push them to respawn back in the other biomes again. But hey, at least we'll have a good stock. Bitcraft drops are really the only way any game has convinced me to actually talk instead of lurking on Twitch. Oh, I love that. To be fair though, you never feel pressure to talk if you don't want to, right? I think the nice thing about Twitch is that you can so comfortably just lurk and just enjoy like the voice of another human being being nearby to like, you know, it helps a little bit with like when you're feeling lonely and stuff.
Care
At least
package.
I really like listening. Thank you, Star. I really like listening to like just another person's voice when I'm doing things. Alright, chat. An ad break's about to start. I am gonna go put my character on another tree. And then I'm gonna run and go grab my dinner. And then we'll probably go for another 30 minutes. And then we'll raid out. But we will raid out to another Bitcraft streamer so that everyone can continue on their drops along the way. So nobody ends up missing out on their drop progress. So don't you worry. Oh. The tree that I found is almost dead. Unfortunate. Is there another tree nearby that's not almost dead? On the other side of the water? Of course it is. Maybe on this side somewhere. There's one. Aha! Okay, we'll head over that way. What the? No! I was about to go on a break! No, and it's also an ad break! Right? Ah! Hi, Raiders! Oh no, I don't know if you can hear me because there's ads rolling. Panic. Ah. Oh no! I don't know if there's yeah, thank you, Star. Oh no. It's always terrible. No, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'll do like a proper hi and greeting as soon as the ad breaks pass. So that I know you guys can hear me. But hi. Thank you. Goodness. I don't... Yeah. We'll wait to say hi, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, goodness gracious. What a timing. What I can do in the meantime, though... Oh. I can at least. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Can I type? Nope, I can't type. I'm trying to type to do the shout out, and I am mistyping everything. There we go. Okay, what I can at least do. Exclamation point. Shout out. Kindle. No, that's not. Help, typing's hard. Ah, I'm panicking. There we go. Okay, there we go. I typed it nice. And the ads are over. Perfect. Hi! Sorry for the unfortunate timing of the ad break. But hi! Welcome in, Raiders! Hi. If you don't know me, my name is Sento. You can call me Sen. I'm your local resident chaotic cat boy who likes to play a variety of video games, ranging from cozy to horror and everything in between. And today we're focusing in on the cozy vibes. Well, semi-cozy vibes. Cozy and chaotic vibes. Because we're trying to gather as many last-minute cherry blossoms as we can, because I'm too panicked that I feel like my 2,000 cherry blossom tree seeds and 3,000 blossoms is probably still not going to be enough. So we're going to keep gathering, and we're just going to never stop until the game boots me out. But yes, Kindle, hi. Do you prefer Kindle or Joe or Kindle Joe? I don't think I know it. So, hi. Thank you so much for the raid and trusting me with your community. Let me say hi to everybody. Also, I apologize in advance if I butcher your name. Please feel free to shout at me and tell me how to say it correctly afterwards. But Sabe Mushi, Kindle Joe, Bevin Lay, Bird the Builder. I love that name. That's such a cute name. I think I got everybody. Hi, welcome in. Thank you so much for joining in that raid. How are you all doing? How was your stream? What were you up to today? What were you up to? And thank you guys for the follows. All followers are set to be anonymous. So if you just want to lurk and you don't want to feel called out, feel free, don't worry, your name's not going to pop up on screen. That being said, I will thank you. And if you want to chat with us, then I will thank you personally. But yeah. Oh goodness. B. Leave me alone. I'm pressing all the wrong buttons because I'm panicking now because... Can you stop? Brother, can you stop? Thank you. Leave me alone. I'm trying to have a conversation here, and these bees are being aggressive. I messed up. Sorry, I didn't see the ads. Yeah. I wish Twitch would give like a warning beforehand when you raid. I always raid into people right in the middle of ads too, don't worry. I'm right there with you. But yeah, no need to thank me at all. Hello from R14. Our northwestern neighbors. There we go. Right? Yes. Hello, welcome in. Between of horror and cozy sounds like my life as a remote worker. Oh dear. Also, hi Hachiro. Thank you for the. Why am I getting bonked? What am I getting bonked for? What did I do? That's so much. We went to the Meownicipality not long ago. Oh, thank you so much. That's so sweet. What the heck? I can't take all the credit for it though. It was a community effort. The Meownicipality would look nowhere near what it does now if all of the kitties weren't there to listen to me go, hey guys, should we do this or should we do this? Do you like this more? Maybe I should do this. What do you think of this? They're probably all completely tired of me constantly double checking everything with them. But yeah, they're all. It was a full-on group effort. When we agreed we wanted to have a claim that has like more of an aesthetic and not necessarily be perfectly optimized, and I'm really glad that they all agreed to that sentiment. Yeah, I'm super happy. Thank you so much. That's super sweet of you to say. Which claim is yours, if you don't mind me asking? Or do you have a claim, or do you play more of the nomadic lifestyle? To be fair, I feel there are very few nomads actually. In at least that I've met. Alright, Blossoms. I go by Kindle or Joe, so either is good with me. Thank you. Okay, gotcha. I'll keep it in mind. I will probably mostly call you Kindle then, since we do already have a Joe in the community. And otherwise things get confusing if you call people by the same name. So. We're honestly just running around putting up ancient oaks and whatnot. Oh, yeah. The ancient oaks are so pretty. I'm so happy that they gave us the decorative versions of them, because they look so nice. I love them so much. We built around our first ancient oak. Because I didn't think they were going to make them decorative for such a long time that I was like, we need to, every naturally spawning like ancient oak near our claim needs to be protected so that we can use it for our decorations. Now I'm like, now I can actually just chop them down and put them exactly where I want them to be. But I'd love to see, do you have any screenshots of what you worked on? Not the bees, not the bees. Yes? But why? Why am I getting bonked? Inverness is our capital? Okay, wait. But we're trying to go out and explore a bit. We're calling it our world tour. Oh, that's so cute. Our empire is in Kindle and our capital is Inverness. Oh. Okay, question. Is it supposed to, okay, for the name of your capital, is it supposed to be like, because it immediately, the first thing that comes to my mind is the Scottish city of Inverness, but that's with a V instead of an F. Is it intentional? Or is that just a happy accident? And I have an idea. Exactly. Corn has it right there. Bevan and I started our world tour series. Oh, that sounds so fun. I want to do that at some point as well. I've had this like idea in the back of my mind that I want to do like a travel guide through like the different regions and visiting a bunch of like towns and cities and then like documenting it and like, I don't know, creating like a fun little like Bitcraft travel guide through the different regions. But I've been so preoccupied with like settlement work and then the updates and then everything else that I haven't gotten around to actually doing it. So go live the dream for me. Do it. Wait, are you enjoying the exact same thing about the ancient oaks? Really? Let's go. Well, great minds just think alike, you know? Sometimes you just share a brain cell. Yeah, I need to put down. I need to come visit then. Yes, it is like Inverness. Ah, okay. Okay, does that mean that you are Scottish? I got to go to Inverness once. Very pretty. I liked it. I really liked it. I actually lived in Scotland for a year while I was doing my my degree. I wanted to see the most advanced city in the game, but I forgot the name and the location. I believe it's Burnout Bay, and I believe they are in... Actually, I don't know which region Burnout Bay is in this time. But I know Burnout Bay goes hard. Such a cool name. I have to find the place now. We gotta go visit. Southern East Coast. Okay, got it. Made a tiny settlement for myself to do smithing out of, and I called it Metal for Metal. I love that. That's so fun. I'm not Scottish. I just loved how it sounded. Fair. And I love Scotland, so it works out. Hey, let's go. That makes 2 of us. I think Scotland is a wonderful, wonderful place. If I had the option to like move there, I probably would have. Even though I'm not a big fan of the cold, I'm a really big fan of like Scotland. The vibes in Scotland are just immaculate. All right. I'm gonna need to come check out Inverness though. Do you have any like screenshots or things to show for what you were working on today? At least I assume you were with the oak trees, you meant that you were doing decorative ones. If not, of course, don't worry. No pressure. But yeah, I'm curious to see. Been wanting to go to yeah. Honestly, that's the one thing I feel like, especially when you're like with managing a claim, you end up having so little time to go explore. Like, just my general wait. If I turn off all the other stuff real quick, like my general exploration here. This down here was for gathering resources, this was for gathering resources, this was for gathering resources, this was for dungeon, this was for gathering resources, this was for hunting. Because I like fighting the monsters and slaying. But like other than that, I've barely... This is actually where I spawned, in Duskridge. So actually, technically, I was supposed to be an R18er according to my spawn, but then we moved down here to R14 to get the whole group of kitties together. But I was born in R18. But yeah, like so many other, all the other regions I've barely visited at all. Because you end up just being so busy with like settlement stuff that you never end up getting to go out and explore and adventure. Turn all the stuff back on. I'm about to go eat dinner. I'll be lurking. Thank you all for being so warm. Oh no. Of course, yeah. Go. Eat. Yeah, of course. I completely forgot to say, both you Kindle and your raiders, if you guys need to do your like post-stream self-care, please make sure to do that. Go get something to drink. Go get something to eat. Go cuddle a pet. Go cuddle a person. Go lie down. Go rest your eyes. Do all of your like self-care jazz, because self-care is extremely, extremely important, and most of us don't do enough of it in our day-to-day. So go take care of yourself. We will be here for you when you get back if you want to hang with us. Or if we end up stopping, we will raid out to another Bitcraft streamer so that you guys can continue on your drops journeys if that's what you're lurking for. But yeah, no, please, go take care of yourself, Kindle. And thank you so much for entrusting me with your community. I appreciate it. Very sweet of you. We're doing a lot of work recently, but we try to update our LFG thread on the Bitcraft server. Oh, okay. Nothing recent, we just planted like 3 oaks, I think. Or was it 2? It was 3. Oh, you guys started in Duskridge? Oh. In another life. We might have started side by side. Technically Marowak, and then moved to Duskridge to be with our friends. Wait, which one's Marowak again? Wait a second. Which one's Marowak? Goodness, I need to turn off the claims again because they're in space. Am I missing something? Wait, is it here? Greyfield, Windmere, Stonewake, Dusk. I always love seeing where like everybody started. I haven't noticed that this one's so far off from the other ones there. Huh. Oh, there's Marowak. Ah. Yield Region 12. Region 12 is so crazy to look at. Every time when I see all these different like empires and tiny little bits and pieces. And then when you look at like most of the other regions, they're all like mostly dominated by like 3 big empires each. 7 and 8 are also kind of split up. But yeah. If you all ever need a free settlement upgrade planner, I'm building one on Oh, it's still a big work in progress, but I got tired of using spreadsheets. Oh, that's so cool. You're making your... Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, I've always been using Bitcraft Codex, BC Codex, and just tracking there the resources needed for like the amount of codexes needed, like for the crafting recipes. But honestly, there's ever a cleaner site to like look at and share, because the main thing for me is like finding a way to like plan and upgrade, but then also be able to share it with with like your community and like with the rest of the group, so that everybody can check what's needed to be made. I've heard that one's really nice. It is really useful. But I will say that its UI is a bit messy. So it can be a bit hard to like... especially the crafting tree that it creates. Like conceptually the crafting tree is really nice, but because it shows you the entire crafting tree and you can't just look at individual parts of the crafting tree, it is very like big and messy to look at. Which is why I've kind of been wanting to find a different one that has a nicer UI. So when you get further along on your settlement crafter, I'd love to take a look-see. One has a way to share a public-facing plan, and I'm working on resolving how to factor in contributors, but you can add them, and you can set up automated tracking with storage containers. Nice! Yeah, that's the nice thing that Bitcraft Codex has, is that you can select it to pull information from like the storage of an entire settlement or from an individual player. And so like I just pull from like the Meownicipality storage at large and then put in what we need to craft, and at least keeps track of like, okay, so we need to gather like 50 more of this berry and like make 200 more of this ingot or whatever. Makes it really nice. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. It works right now, though. I'm just adding extra doodads at the moment. Oh, okay. I will give it a look-see. I will definitely give it a look-see. Let me open that link in a tab so that I've got it to check out later. Put that over there. Alright. Tracking all the materials and and then the Biotic Nation attacks. And they make like 600 refined tier 1 ingots. And all of your supplies are gone. Yeah. It's an unfortunate curse that some of us have to deal with. Alright. So, sorry, I was saying this just before the raid popped in, but I am gonna have to go AFK for like a good, like 10, 15 minutes to go grab my dinner, because I was supposed to do that like 30 minutes ago now. But yeah, I'm gonna pop in a quick BRB, grab my food. You guys take this chance to get a drink, get a snack, do all of your self-care jazz. I will see you in a couple of minutes. I'm gonna put them on a new tree just so that we get that. Alright. See you in a bit. Alright. I've returned. I has the food. We are ready to be fed. I think we can probably go for another 30-ish minutes. And then I'm gonna raid out. Can find ourselves another Bitcrafter to spread the love with. Also, I'm currently paying food tax before anybody gets mad. Don't you worry. Yum. Yum. There we go. Food tax has sufficiently been paid. Yeah. Hi, Gabe. Hello, hello. Welcome back, Bean. Man, the tundra is so pretty. I think next time... I think the next time I'd want to set up a... claim. Oh. Thanks, soldier. Go away. As I was saying, I think next, thank you so much for that follow. Hope you enjoy your time in our little Meownicipality. Oh god, I'm broke. Hi, hi. Oh god, okay. Bear. Please. Stop. I don't wanna fight. Thank you. Listen, you started this. Don't sit here starting fights, okay? It's a dangerous thing to do. Oh, hi, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. I can't believe I'm being bullied by an insect and a bear. Oh no, Corn! Where are you? Where are you in the tundra? If you need help, we can meet up partway around. I can help keep you a little clear of the big bears and wasps. I'm 147, 95.25. Seven 147 95 25. Oh, you're not too far. Down here. Okay. Let's get goated. And we'll start heading that way. Iran, very fair. Yeah, no, dealing with both a wasp and a bear, that is a rough pairing to be up against. So that makes complete sense. They're scary. And I love the way the little Elenvar spires look. It looks so cute. Oh my god, look at all these trees. So many trees. I'm so sorry. Oh no, did they knock you out? Oh, Bean. Like 3 times! Oh no! Oh my goodness! Look at all these trees here! We've hit the jackpot area. Where is it? Oh, there's a corn! Where are they, corn? Point me to them. Is that him? Is that him right there? Are they? Yeah, I see them. Alright. Get him. This is what you get. This is what you get for bullying one of my catizens. Come here. Come here. This is what you get. Get schmacked. Yeah. Don't you ever go look at one of my kitties again. Aww. Oh, the little junk. Oh no. Alright, Corn. Just shout if anyone else tries to attack. I'll be here. Get him! I'm glad Adorable Sen is real. Man. I'm decently realistic, but like something as cute as Flip on the other hand, that just can't be real. Huh? I will find you. I hope you do. What? Pats, good boy, Sen. I will bite your hand. I will bite your hand, sir. You have a 2-hour debuff? Oh my bean. If you, the longer debuff, that one will, you can cleanse that if you walk into the borders of a claim. Unfortunately, there is not a claim very close by. If we go to like one of these 2 claims though, if you walk into the borders of either one, that'll be able to clear the debuff for you. I will bite back. Good. What? Good boy and Sen are as per the dictionary synonyms? Lies. You misspelled antonym. You might need to go check your you might need to go get check your dictionary checked. I know what you are. Yeah, you're a filthy boy kisser, aren't you? You're a filthy little boy kisser, aren't you? A flip. God, I'm realizing just how unhinged I've been this stream. I was gonna say I promise I'm not normally this unhinged, but no, I am. This is pretty on brand. Very in character. Rehinges you? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Slow down there, Flip. At least take me out to dinner first. Jeez. Jeez. Goodness gracious me. Also, it's okay, it's only a concussion. I'm perfectly fine. Yeah, you know. Just a classic concussion as a result of being stung and clawed by wasps and bears repeatedly. You know. The classic concussion. Blossom hunting is a great way to uncover more map squares. It really is. The exploration aspect of it has been wonderful. I've been getting so much exploration done today. And over just this last few days. Pretty much all of this tundra that I've unlocked has been through blossom gathering. Because I haven't needed to come to the tundra before now. At least yet. Ah, there he is. Okay, I knew it was too good to be true. The soldier was going to try and fight me eventually. There we go. Only if you ask for it nicely. Wait, for the dinner first? Or to get rehinged? Which one am I asking for? Why am I asking for this? Wait. Who am I? Where are we? What's going on? Just take some Ivy, bro. Why do you go so far? There are literally 3 of them on this one rock I'm on. I know! Those ones are yours. That's your little safety. That's your little safety pillar. If you stay on your safety pillar and I clear the radius around you, then I know that you're not going to get mauled and stung again. I'm helicopter parenting right now. Wait, helicopter parenting's not a good thing. No wait, yeah, no, exactly. I'm helicopter parenting right now. No rest for the wicked, eh? It ain't easy. Oh man. Good food. Got stir fry, drenched in garlic sauce. Absolutely drenched in garlic sauce. It is divine. We're all wicked for one definition or another. Or another. It ain't easy being cheesy. Please tell me the fried rice vibes of the tundra influenced you to get stir fry. It was not my night to cook tonight. But otherwise, I probably would have gone for like a full-on fried rice. So this was just a happy little accident, honestly. The colors are pretty much the same though. Because there's pieces of carrots in here. There's dinner meat, so it's like the kind of sort of brown, almost like goldy color that matches with the marble outcrops. There's some pieces of onion and spring onion. We got the green, we got a little bit of yellow. The color matching it was fate. It is just fate. Not gonna lie, I might drive into town to get fried rice now. Do it. I want to make fried rice again. I've only cooked fried rice once. I never actually got it. It was one of those recipes that I always kind of knew about, but I never ended up making myself. Until fairly recently. Now I'm just waiting until enough time has passed so I can make it again without the family being like, again? Which, to be fair, they probably wouldn't do, but still. Good soup. And so keep an eye on corn. An eye on Little Miss Cotton. Don't get stuck. Another one. Another one. Okay. Get back around. I'm trying to play one-handed here. Trying to eat food. Goodness gracious me. Also saying if I'm too annoying ever, just straight up say it. I legit can't take a social cue, past, present, or future. You're good, Bean. Don't worry. Listen, I understand that my mannerisms and how I tend to act might make me seem like the person that would never, like, I guess, like, stand out for themselves or say anything. Like, I understand that I might give off that kind of vibe. That is quite definitely not me, though. Like, if someone were to go too far or do something, I would just call you out. So don't worry, Bean. It is all good. Like I had to survive nights working in a bar solo in Amsterdam with tourists that were drunk and having weed for the first time, or cocaine, or both, or all of the above. So I've had to deal with my fair share of problematic behaviors. So I know how to like stand up and like put my foot down when it's necessary. And so far nobody here has done anything that has made that necessary. Good soup. Exactly. Trying to play one-handed without the context of eating food is wild. I know. Listen, I understand that I say things without thinking. That's why we have quotes. And I always keep saying the sussiest things. And I only ever... The worst part is, I realize what I say is sussy. But I only realize it after the words have already left my mouth. I don't think far enough ahead to recognize... Actually, no, on some very rare occasions. But 90% of the time, I don't think far enough ahead of what I'm saying to stop myself from saying it before I say something that would be very wild out of context. Just take the start of this stream, where I was talking about being very meaty down there. I was talking about my thighs, okay? I said I had really meaty thighs. Because we were talking about how shorts don't fit. And then I ended up saying it in the worst way possible. So you're not just a forensics expert, an awesome silly dude, and gay. Bracket. I love the gay brackets positive. the gay bracket positive. That's like the best. You were also a barkeep? I was indeed. My good sir, my respect for you grows exponentially. Oh, you're too sweet, Gabe. Accidentally pressed to jump on Mount, but ended up climbing down a tall cliff. Ah, so you now get to suffer my fate from yesterday's star. Poor Bean. Oh no. Hi, Danger. Came into the stream at the right moment. Oh man. Oh man. Hi. Listen. I can explain. We were talking about my thunder thighs, okay? Should you explain that? Probably not. I feel like no matter what I try, I'm only gonna dig myself deeper into the hole. Like every time, ooh. Oh dear. Alright. Okay, but Danger, what kind of ASMR do you want? There's two options in the redeem. You do have to pick one. Oh, I'm a dummy. You're good. You get to pick which one you like. Your options are either whisper, so that I'm talking like this the entire time, or soft talk, so that I'm talking like this the entire time. Well, not entire time. It would be 5 minutes, but. Alrighty then. That's 3 minutes of ASMR starting right now. Thank you, Danger, and I hope you enjoy. And sorry, Star, that you have to go away. Or Star is suffering. To be fair, Star, you did avoid. Star was able to avoid at least one ASMR earlier. Not this one, sadly. But yeah, what we were talking about at the start of the stream was we had gotten into the topic of the heat and the weather, and from there, the topic obviously drifted into what you wear, right? Very normal conversation, I think. And so from there, we ended up going into shorts, and the fact that I myself don't normally wear. The only shorts that I wear are jeans shorts. The ones that go like to your knees. Anything shorter than that, I cannot wear. Because I got thick thighs. And so then they end up clinging really tightly to your thighs on those shorter shorts. And it's not a vibe, okay? For some people that might be a vibe. You might be into that. That's fair. Live your life, girly. Love that for you. Not for me, though. It makes me feel very uncomfortable. But the problem is, this is just the natural result. Pole dancing, surprisingly enough, you would think that you'd get a lot of strength in your arms. You get a lot in your thighs, too. And the booty. The booty gets trained a lot by pole dancing as well. So there's your fun fact of the day. Today you've learned. I'm so impatient. I've only gotten 70 blossoms and I'm already fed up. I just want to go buy an ore. Aw, Vel. Honestly, very fair. For me, especially like gathering like this, I can only do this kind of gathering if I have some kind of mental engagement. You know? The more you know. Yep, today you've learned. You've learned things. Soccer also makes very strong thighs. This is true. This is true, Rocket. I did used to play a little bit of soccer when I was a kid, but I was never really that into it. I wasn't into most of the normal sports as a kid. It was never really my vibe. That's why I got into dancing, I think. Well, actually, I didn't even want to do dancing. It's so funny, actually, to think that when I was a kid, one just respawned immediately where I chopped the other one down. That's crazy. When I was a kid, I absolutely despised the thought of going for dancing classes. I did not want to do it whatsoever. And it's so wild to me because now dancing is like 90% of my identity. Like, I could not imagine what my life would be like if I was not a dancer. I would lose it. I think I'd genuinely lose it. Like, it's such a big part of how I just like deal with like my day-to-day, keep myself entertained and keep myself fit. Also, the 3 minutes of ASMR are over. I hope you enjoyed that. Oh no, he sounds even cuter. I have no idea what you're talking about. Just watch 2 trees materialize right in front of me. You have witnessed actual magic. Yep. Congratulations, Corn. You're a wizard. I ran to this one singular tree, and then that singular tree went, and 2 more trees popped into existence. Oh no. Autumn! Hi, Autumn! Hi, Sweet Bean. How are you doing? Oh my god, it's been a hot minute. Are you lovely? Oh, chat. 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 You should go click that link right there. Go click that link right there. If you want to enjoy the presence and the absolutely calming voice of one of the coziest streamers that I have had the pleasure of meeting just ever, you should go click that link, okay? Go follow Autumn, please. If you like cozy vibes, you will love her. You will love her. Phenomenal. And very funny too. She's amazing. She is amazing. Mitosis, exactly. You saw it make babies. When when a mommy tree or a daddy tree loves itself very much, it goes and then pops out two baby trees. That's just how it works. Does that make sense, Corn? Is that okay? But how are you, Autumn? No, you? No, you. You can't know you, me. I know you. Wait, what? Now I'm confusing myself. But how are you doing, lovely? Thank you so much for 18 months. That's 2 sub babies. That's actually crazy. The heck? How have you been? What have you been up to, lovely? I've been missing so many of your streams recently that I haven't gotten to see the chaos you've been up to. But I saw the other day, I don't know if it was on stream or if it was just on... I don't know if it was on stream or just on Steam. But I saw you booting up Coral Island again? Is that correct? Or did I just like hallucinate? Honestly, I could have hallucinated. Say less. My following list is gonna grow so long I'm gonna reach a point that at any point in time I'll probably have at least 1 or 5 people streaming at once. Oh, Gabe. Oh, Gabe. You sweet summer child. If I pull up my homepage, let's see. Let's see how many people that I'm following are currently live. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There are currently 14 people on my follow page live, and that's not even that high. It's actually not okay. I follow way too many people, and I can't keep up with all of them. But they're all so amazing. I regularly have like 4 streams open at the same time. I'm well, thanks. Excited for the new PoE2 League. I heard Star was talking about it as well. Star was already telling me that I'm gonna lose her in Bitcraft for probably like the first 2 weeks when the league starts. I should also get back onto PoE. Autumn. Wait, Autumn. Would you want to play PoE2 together? Would you want to play together? Question. Then join me on Saturday. There we go. I could. I mean, Saturday is my free day. Oh, we got an ad starting up. Could you share? Of course, Val. Here you go. Did I type it? Okay, I did. For a second, I thought I typed Discord. It wouldn't have been the first time that I typed Discord instead of Discord. I should actually set that as a command synonym for the amount of times it happens. Corn's still safe over here. Corn's still safe. Perfect. Okay. I took off from work on Friday. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Thanks. You're very welcome, lovely. Very welcome. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself here so much that you'd like to join us in Discord. we have a bunch of activities that we like to do in Discord. We have series and movie nights. Each month we alternate between doing series nights or a movie night. We have a little art channel for people to like share and talk about art, but also a voice channel for people to like co-work and do art stuff together. We share food. We got lots of pet pics, all sorts of thingies. And there's also a whole subsection devoted specifically to Bitcraft, if you ever want to just yap about Bitcrafty stuff. Oh, you finished up a multiplayer run off stream. See, I still need to get people together to do a multiplayer run of Coral Island. I haven't even finished my solo run, to be fair, but... How do you pick what to watch? So, for both series and movie nights, what I do is at the... Depending on either the start of the month for movie nights or the end of the previous month when it comes to series nights, I put a ping in the Discord for either the series squad or the movie, like the series ping or the movies ping. I'll put a ping in the Discord in the suggestions channel to ask for suggestions for the next movie or series nights. And then I collect those together, and then we put a poll up to vote on what we end up watching. And then if it's a movie, we usually watch it. It's always on Friday nights, European time, 10 p.m. So about 20 minutes ago, EU time, 10 p.m. Or my time, I should say, 10 p.m. So basically 20 minutes ago. Whatever time it is for you right now, minus 20 minutes, that's the time we start on a Friday night. For movie nights, it's usually like the Friday in the middle of the month. And then for series nights, it's every Friday night for that month. And we split up the series over those 4 to 5 nights. Many amazing people, but it means... Wait, I realize now. How do you pick what to watch? Was talking about the people on Twitch. Never mind. When it comes to people on Twitch, I usually open like 6 tabs. I have a few, like, particularly my closest friends that are streaming. I will always have those ones open, and then I usually pick like 2 or 3 or 4 other streamers. Based on what they're playing or how long it's been since I've last like properly hung out in their chat, stuff like that. Just realized, sorry. When there's 3 people I like, I have to micromanage. To be in all 3, fair. This dramatic. Just lurking in some. Oftentimes you just pick based on what vibe I'm feeling. Exactly. As a heads up, if you're in more than 2 channels on one device, you don't count as a viewer for any of them, so I usually try to pick 2. Depends on your device. I'm on mobile, so I'm limited to 1 stream at a time. That's fair. Depending on your device, it can unload, like, depending on your browser and your device, like, for example, I know Chrome unloads tabs. Firefox also unloads them if you don't go into them every so often. Because I can be in like 6 tabs and I will still count, but I have to like alternate between those tabs semi-regularly, otherwise it will stop counting. My character just loves running in circles when it's treason. Yeah. If you ever watch Jaws, I'll be there. I'm due for my biannual viewing of Jaws. I mean, hey, when we are gonna be calling next week, I will be putting out a ping for movie night recommendations, so you could add Jaws in there. I'm doing a speedrun though, trying to get through the entire campaign in 3 days. Okay, never mind. I don't think I can keep up with that. You are crazy. That is insane. Just watch your favorite or what you're feeling like, even if you don't watch them often. Follow exactly. Following people still helps their channel. Hanging out there, like never feel pressure. Right? I think the most important thing that people need to remember is that the fact that you're even choosing to spend a handful of minutes in somebody's stream, like that already means a lot. You're already doing a lot for that streamer by just hanging out and being in their stream for a while. Because at the end of the day, right, there's no obligation to be in any stream. No one here is obligated to be here, and the fact that you actively are making a choice to come into this channel and hang out with me, whether you're lurking or you're chatting, whether, and I say this at the end of every stream, but I say it at the end of every stream because I really do mean it. Like, you're here for just a couple minutes, if you're here for hours, if you're here the whole stream, if you came in to say hi, if you're lurking, if you have freaking conversations up the wazoo with me, regardless of the scenario, it all means a lot to me. Because it's something, you don't have to do that, right? There's no obligation there. But the fact that you choose to do that means a lot to me. And I think it means a lot to any streamer that you do. Yeah. Can't be out, but I have 2 insane summer classes starting June 1st. And I will have no game time for 8 weeks. Oh no, Autumn. Aww. Oh, I hope the classes are really interesting for you. They're lovely. Might have 2 characters at this rate. Yeah, one that goes super slow to keep up with me, and one that goes at a normal speed so you can play with Autumn. Awesome. No, you. Hi, Plies. Welcome back. Yeah, we ended up I ended up getting distracted by blossoms. So we've been gathering blossoms instead. How are you been? Welcome back. Welcome back. Thank you for the hug, Gabe. Not just about unloaded tabs. Twitch changed their stuff, so you have a max number of streams you can count in from one IP address. Unless Twitch themselves have actively said that, I'm gonna have to cite source on that. Because if this is one of those things that people on social media are claiming, there are a lot of wild claims that people have made before that ended up being something else completely. And to be honest, in all honesty, I highly doubt that Twitch would do that, because the only thing that they would accomplish by doing that is hurting their own numbers and their own statistics. Because if they would do that, and it's the same where like people were always saying like, oh, Twitch is like crushing down on lurkers and making them not longer count as like watching streams. There's no reason for Twitch to do that, because if Twitch reduces the viewership numbers, that also reduces the enticement for Twitch to get advertisers, which reduces the amount of money Twitch earns. So logically, feasibly, I do not see a world where Twitch does a system like that. I know that they've been implementing new tools to curb botting, viewer botting, but I doubt that they're intentionally limiting the max number of streams that any individual IP address can be watching at the same time. Again, unless they themselves have specifically said that. Yeah. Oh goodness, all the hugs going around. All the hugs. You can usually tell which tabs Twitch is currently counting by whether it keeps giving you the green button to claim extra channel points. Exactly. I have like 4 or 5 streams open. I have 3 streams open right now outside of like the tab, like my manager. And if I go to all 3 tabs, I still have the channel point boxes in all 3 of them. I used to be in tons of streams, but then they started punishing that. Everybody's getting hugged. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we have a hug system. It also counts. If you do exclamation point hugs with an S, you actually can see how many hugs you've given and received. And when you hug someone, you actually roll a dice. There's a bunch of randomized responses that you can get. There's also critical successes and critical fails in the hugs. Like that one. Like when Gabe tried to hug Pitbot. I'm gonna go to the kitchen because I had not finished dinner before having to. Oh no! Oh, Plows. Go eat, lovely. Go take care of yourself. What the heck? Also, hi, Annie. Do not resist. You cannot escape. No one can. Do you want the seeds? I might not have room. Oh yeah, sure. If you run out of space, I'll snap. Oh, I'm also running out of space. I might. There is a town near to us, Corn. So I'm probably gonna travel up this way. There's a little bank here that I'm gonna deposit it all in, and then I can come back and collect it later, just so we don't have to keep teleporting back and forth. Twitch is committing something. You can see the reply from Twitch staff on the Discord here. I'll take a look later, but they limit how many sessions one IP address counts towards view counts. Yeah, there you go, see? It doesn't say exactly how many streams is the limit, but it's very clear that you don't count as a viewer in any streams you're watching if you watch too many. Let's see. Let's take a look-see. For years, we've counted a limited number of sessions per IP address towards view count. If you have a lot of streams, more than a normal viewer could reason. Systems may determine actively counted in any of those streams. Okay. However, okay, but then the question is exactly how many is. Like, I see this person over here saying, please keep your streams to a maximum of 2 at a time if you want to help anyone. But I'm gonna be honest, when it comes to the green box, I believe they did it to shut down bot farms watching tons of streams. No, I get that, right? They've always been trying to curb bots. But here's the thing. If you look at the response, specifically what it says here, for years, we've counted a limited number of sessions per IP address towards. Not recently we started. Right? Like, if you read the full text, there's been a lot of conversation about how lurkers are counted. A lot of factors can impact viewership over time, including ad blockers, seasonality, and whether you recently hosted an event on your channel. After some investigations by our team, we've identified one factor that may be impacting several streamers. Some viewers use third-party browser extensions to view streams. With one plugin, you feed in your Twitch follower list, and when a streamer from that list goes live, the plugin opens a tab for that stream. For years, we've counted a limited number of sessions per IP address towards view. If you have a lot of streams, more than a normal viewer could reasonably watch open in many different tabs, our systems may determine you are not actively watching and you will not be counted in any of those streams as a viewer. A good way... So the first and most important part of that wording is the 4 years. Right? They're not saying recently we've been reducing it. Which, especially in this situation where they're talking specifically to their partners, Twitch is a lot more, like this says, at least from what I can see here, is a conversation specifically with their partners and not in an open forum. Twitch tends to be a lot more a lot more open in conversation with their partners and stuff like that than when they are in like a public post or something like that. So that's not something that would adjust things recently, which means that if for the last however long you've been able to watch multiple streams, and again, what a reasonable person. I don't think it's very unheard of, and I don't think Twitch thinks that a reasonable person would not have 4 to 5 streams open at the same time. I think they're talking about exactly like that system, like that plugin where you could end up with 20 plus streams open at the same time. Like Annie said though, as long as you see the little green channel point, like as long as you're earning channel points, you're counted as a viewer. If you're no longer earning channel points, that's when you're not being counted as a viewer. If you're no longer seeing the little green channel points box chest open, like pop up every so often in that chat, that's when you're no longer being counted as a viewer. That's when you can start asking questions about what's causing it. And most of the time, it has come down to people's like there was that one clip about the streamer that like the streamer that was like, hey, can everybody like send a message real quick? And then all of a sudden their view count shot up. And then everyone was like, see, Twitch doesn't actually count the lurkers. And like, no, there's a multitude of possible reasons for that happening. You have to know how many of those people were not in the tab at the time, because some browsers, while they still play audio, they still unload the video aspect of the tab, which in turn is going to make it no longer count as being viewed because you're not watching the video because it's loaded, but you can still hear the audio. In other cases, an active chat is going to rocket you up in terms of the Twitch statistics that they use to recommend you to other streamers. So if you get your entire chat to start chatting at the same time, Twitch is going to see, oh look, this is a really active chat with a lot of people talking, we're going to recommend you to a bunch of other people, and then more people are going to start loading into that stream as they're just stumbling by. Those are all additional variables that you have to take into account before you can make any given claim about what Twitch might be doing. And again, you have to remember, Twitch is a company. Anything that negatively impacts viewership on Twitch is going to negatively impact Twitch. The whole reason that they're going after bots is because it makes the Twitch view counts unreliable, which makes it hard for them to secure sponsorships based on view counts. Cutting things like Hi Star. Cutting things like sorry, 1 second. We get these down. There we go. Cutting things like lurkers from counting as viewers, or making it so that like a single person is not allowed to watch more than 1 or 2 streams, that's going to negatively impact Twitch in a way that is not in any way, shape, or form beneficial to them. Right? There's no benefit to that loss. So you need to think of it from a logical standpoint like that. Twitch is, at the end of the day, Twitch is already hemorrhaging money, right? So they're going to make decisions that can improve their profitability, not ones that are going to tank it even more. We should definitely do that and get us a 30-second countdown so we can all send a message at once. To be fair, I might watch more than what is reasonable. Yeah. You need to think of it from a logical standpoint. To be fair, that assumes that companies act logically. No, but they do act economically. They do act where the profit lies. And they don't go for decisions that will immediately negatively impact their bottom line. They might not always go for a decision that is sustainable long-term, so they might go for short-term profits or gains as opposed to long-term growth, but they're not going to choose something that will have neither short-term nor long-term profitability to it, which is what this would have. I definitely have had streams up, front page, and video loaded, and the moment I say something, the viewer count goes up. The problem is, unless that happens every single... There's also a couple situations you can have. One, someone else could have loaded into that stream just around the same time, obviously. Especially if this is a sometimes thing and not all the time. Because if Twitch were to only start counting you when you're chatting, then every single time you load into a stream, you would not count as a viewer until you started chatting. So unless you can get this to happen every single time you load into a stream, it's extremely unlikely that that is what's happening in that situation. Because we need to have science, kids. We need to have replication of your results. So unless you're able to consistently get that to happen every single time you're loading into another stream, it's likely there's another result or another reason that that's occurring. Holy shit, I almost died. But yeah, there's a couple reasons it could be going up after you start chatting. One, someone else might have loaded into that stream just around that exact same time. Pure coincidence. Two, the view counter is not updating in real time, and it takes every so often. So it's not the second a new viewer loads in that a stream is going to start counting that viewer. While it might be counting them on Twitch, I don't know how quickly it refreshes on Twitch's side, but it does refresh at a slow rate on the viewer side, at least. Most companies do. Most executives stick so closely to logic that they forget about empathy. We just don't know what the logic is. Yeah, exactly. 9 out of 10 times you can follow the logic of money. So, I studied psychopathy a lot and how it's actually a valuable trait in CEOs because it allows them to make tough logic-based decisions that emotions would otherwise contradict. Yeah. No, Annie's right. That's fair, but enough companies have made enough stupid decisions that while their logic might be sound, their assumptions can often be very far off base. No, that's true. And there are situations, those are those situations where they might end up making a choice of a short-term gain as opposed to like something that's long-term sustainable, right? But there's still a logic there. There's still a logical reason there. They might have it like, there are bad bets, right? There would be like, you can still trace some level of logic as to why they did that, even if you would not have made that same decision, and even if it is not the most logical decision looking back. If you try to put yourself in their situation at the moment that they make that decision, 9 out of 10 times, for especially a company that's been around as long as Twitch, there is some system of logic there to explain why they would make any given decision. And again, Twitch is hemorrhaging money. Twitch has, to my knowledge, never been profitable. Right? So they're not gonna sit there and make decisions that are going to only actively negatively impact their profitability, because Twitch doesn't benefit from people having less views, right? Like Twitch already has to host your stream. Whether it hosts your stream to 1 viewer or 20 viewers, it's gonna be more beneficial to Twitch to let you have 20 viewers, because that means more ads. That means more people seeing ads. That means more AdSense, which again gets Twitch more money, which reduces the amount of money that they're hemorrhaging. And the higher the average view counts, the more Twitch can point to that and be like, hey, look at this. Come here, advertisers, advertise on our platform, because you'll get a bunch of people actively watching. It is a very frequent observation when the view count is 12 or less. Yeah, but does it happen every time? And you have to be able to control for what the other causes could be. Like, are you sure that nobody else loaded into the stream at that time? The easiest way to do this, the easiest way to like test this, would be, for example, to have, if you could have like a purely private stream and then have one person watching and then see if that view count goes up or not, and then have them talk and see if the view count goes up or not. Now, obviously, such a controlled experiment would be extremely difficult to do, but that's a wild sentence that makes 100% sense. Yeah. Makes perfect sense, but it's also kind of terrifying. Take care of myself. What, do you think I am a stable human being? Well, you might not be a stable human being, but you are a cutie patootie. So, if you want to take care of yourself, then I'm just going to have to do that for you. Another point, as someone in tech, a lot of companies are now using AI for their thinking nowadays, and I think a lot of folks in leadership in some of these companies are very far removed from those with frontline understanding of their platforms, and now are letting computers with a tendency to agree with anything you say do their thinking for them. This is also true. I would not be surprised if they make poor decisions because Gemini told them, "You're right, how clever," when they ask it a stupid question. No, that's a very fair point. But I will say, having gone to, when I was at TwitchCon last year, there were some panels being run by like members of Twitch staff and like Twitch support, and in one of them was even with their dev team and how they were working on making like tools in the background and to like talk about the tools Twitch currently makes available to streamers and stuff like that. And I got to talk to one of them afterwards about it. And one of the things that they were talking about is, yeah, of course, you do have like corporate limitations and stuff like that, but there is still a team there that's working to try and make the app as appealing as possible so that people end up using it. So of course, yeah, there definitely could be situations where someone's making a bad decision, but I'd like to believe, especially on like Twitch's front, that overall there's enough of a thought process. I have 10 followers, of which most are not alive, so we could in theory test that. Yeah, but unfortunately, even in that situation, you cannot account for the possibility of someone randomly loading into your stream. And the thing is, like there's definitely situations, there's definitely stuff at play where someone's view is not being counted, right? That is an undeniable fact. I feel like right now, if I go into the users in chat list and I count every single name that shows up there and I compare that to whatever my current view count is, those probably will not match. And there's a couple of different reasons why that could be the case, right? For example, Pitbot will be in the users list, but Pitbot is not actively watching the stream. That account is present in the chat, but is not watching the stream, so it doesn't count as a viewer. Right? Same with like, there's a lot of different systems and there's a lot of things at play that obviously Twitch is taking into account to appeal to all of these different scenarios. We don't know if one of those scenarios might incorrectly identify a viewer as a bot, or might incorrectly identify you as not actively watching for one reason or another. Either because, again, the video tab might be unloaded, but you might still be hearing the audio. I've noticed that before on my side. I know that Firefox unloads the video when I have multiple tabs of streams open, but still keeps playing the audio. That's why I regularly cycle back and forth between those tabs if I can, if I'm not too distracted. I do feel like that we over-attribute logic to companies, though. Individual CEOs and executives are still people who have personal opinions that can influence decisions regardless of profitability. No, you're 100% correct. Like I said, they can make bad decisions. But even in those situations, and here's the thing, I'm not saying, okay, when I say logic, I don't mean that they're making a purely scientific, evidence-based decision. Okay? I'm not saying that they're making a pure 100% fact, correct-based decision. But there is a thought process there. There is a logic, a reason behind that decision-making that most times, if you try to break it down and you try to put yourself in that person's shoes and in that person's mindset, you can kind of suss out the thought process behind it. Of course, not all the time. Right? But if I were to believe everything that people were saying on Reddit about how Twitch manages viewers and streamers and stuff like that, Twitch wouldn't exist, to put it simply. You gotta remember, Amazon bought Twitch. Amazon is constantly watching Twitch. Because at the moment Amazon decides that Twitch is hemorrhaging more money than it's worth, they can kill it at any point in time. They don't need Twitch, right? Amazon doesn't need this platform to exist. Would it upset a lot of people if they just killed Twitch? Yeah, of course. Would that like negatively impact Amazon to a point that it would like be harmful to their company? Not at all. So Twitch is very much gonna be like in that. You gotta think, everybody at Twitch, including the CEOs, the CEO, the COO, whatever you want to call them, whatever role they run in that company, all of them need to know, like, their job can disappear like this if they end up making Twitch too bad, right? If they end up killing Twitch, their job is gone. They're not safe. Right? So for them to make a decision that has no potential positive like that just doesn't make any logical sense. You could test it with a sub-only stream. I don't know how Twitch counts the systems for a sub-only stream. Oh god. Go away. Stares at 600 blossoms. Is this enough? It's 100 for the mask. It should be, yeah. It's more than enough. Wildflower tiara would be nice, but I'll get another chance. I've also got a heck ton of blossoms. I'll probably roll a couple tiaras. If I get an extra wildflower, obviously. Probabilistic deniability is plausible in this case. Are you saying Bitbot is not a person? I'm sorry. Bitbot is a cat. And they don't watch stream because they hate me. They're just in chat to bully you guys because they're a cat. Continues to chop flower trees. Let's go. Big Amazon is watching. Is always watching. Is Twitch doing bad along with Cloudflare? Essentially, folks may make dumb decisions, but no one's going to make a decision they know will cost them their paycheck. Exactly. Exactly like Bell said. Is Twitch doing bad? Ever? How? No, yeah, Twitch has never been profitable. How is that the case? Us. This stream right now, probably, most of this... So you gotta remember, okay? About... What? Like... I think... If you have more than 10 viewers, I believe is what they said, you are in like the top 10 or 15% of Twitch streams. Just with an average view count of like 10, right? That means 80 to 90% of streams on Twitch have less than 10 viewers. And in that scenario, most of those streams cost Twitch, actually all of those streams, cost Twitch more money to provide than they like gain from it. Than they gain from it through ad revenue, right? Most of the money Twitch earns, and that's also part of the reason why like people get really upset about how Twitch is very partial in the way that they put their like bans and rule enforcement towards like their big top 1% streamers versus the rest of Twitch. And I understand from an ethical standpoint, it really sucks to see that kind of favoritism. But you also gotta realize that top 1% of streamers is like the majority of Twitch's income. So if they lose that streamer, they lose a huge sum of their money, which is why they tend to be more lenient. Obviously, there are certain things that should not be overlooked, regardless of how like important a streamer is, whatever. But that's an ethical discussion for another day. But even there, you can see how Twitch would be sacrificing an ethical decision for the benefits of money. But like Twitch has been upfront about this from like the get-go. They have always operated at a loss. I mean, like, on purpose. I feel like folks who do purposefully sabotage things are kind of outliers. No, for sure. Exactly. I should start streaming too. Yep. It's literally just the cost of running the site is higher than the money earned from it. What does cost them their jobs are ethical and financial decisions that are either illegal. There is proof that it has happened, and even then, some don't lose their jobs. Yeah. Bandwidth is brutally expensive. The more you scale, the worse it gets for a million different reasons. Exactly. Like, most people don't think they're doing it on purpose. They make a decision they think is smart and makes sense, but turns out to be stupid and blow up in their face. For sure, yeah. But that's why there's an entire, that's why there is an entire, like, company involved in the decision making, right? At the end of the day, the CEO might have an idea that they think is brilliant that ends up being terrible, but there are other people in that company that are there to try and stop that. Um, but that's part of the reason why, if you are ever looking into being a content creator as a job, never stick to one platform, right? If I, like, for me, streaming, this whole thing, this is a hobby, this is something I have fun with. That's the whole reason I do this, is because it's enjoyable. I have no aspirations to make this my job. Because if I did one, I would need to be putting in way more work. Because if you put your entire thing, like, if I was to try and make, like, content creation my job and streaming my thing, putting all of my money here on Twitch, like putting all of my eggs in one basket, is just begging for it to collapse in on it, right? Any day of the week, Twitch could just go under. At any day, Amazon could decide, we're done with this, and boom, it's gone. Yes, brothers and sisters, siblings, comrades, it's time to rise against those high upon their scarlet thrones and fight against them who oppress us. Be gay, stream, do crime. Typically for a CEO to lose their job, it needs... Oh yeah, no. CEO will not lose their job that easily. But yeah. What a world we live in. Fight against Big Corpo by watching gay Catboy. Bye, Catboy. Even gayer. Also, Twitch is a proof of case scenario for AWS. For what? Oh, Amazon Web. Yeah. I was like, what's AWS? Yeah, it clicked. But yeah, exactly. Like, there's a reason why it's still beneficial for them to set it up. That's still sort of outlier situation. Yes, that. The instance in which those decisions happen are cases where a product team is just poorly run. Yeah, for example, when Sony tried to enforce logging into PSN, which would have prevented people who already bought the game in certain countries from playing, I'm sure they thought it was smart, had some sort of logic to it, but instead it blew up. Exactly. But there was likely a reasoning there behind, like, there was a thought process there that probably would make sense at the time. And they knew there would be a negative aspect to it, right? That no one, I can tell you now, whatever they ended up in their apology, like saying they never thought that it would negatively impact people that much, they 100% knew it would. They just didn't think that the backlash or that the negative impact would outweigh the quote-unquote benefit that they'd have by forcing people to log into PSN. There was still a calculated decision there. But it's easier when you're making an apology to say, we never realized it would be this bad. Or we didn't think that, like, it would negatively impact people. Because it's better to seem like you were dumb than to seem that, like, you were purposefully an asshole and just thought you'd get away with it. Again, like Annie said earlier, the hard-coded non-empathy decision-making tends to be front and center. And that the PSN thing is a good example of that. If you have no empathy, you don't realize how, like, people might end up feeling bad for other people that are also going to be forced into that system or aren't able to make use of it. And that's why, like, the whole PSN thing started to blow up, because other people wouldn't be able to get into their games and people stood up for one another. But if you look at it and you completely cut out empathy from that scenario, it seems like a net positive scenario by making everybody log in. Plus all the unused AWS servers they get to support Twitch. Exactly. Poor servers, yep. Better to keep the servers running while they're not at peak service. Yeah. Like, there is a whole logic situation. There is a there is a whole logic situation to why they have Twitch around, right? But it's because right now the benefits of running Twitch outweigh the fact that it's not profitable. But if at any point in time Twitch's benefits no longer outweigh its lack of profit, Twitch could be gone in a week. Yeah? I hate the hard-coded non-empathy decision-making that exists in CEOs that then get manipulated by the one person they think they can fully trust. Meow. There you go, chat. Meow. You heard him. Meow. Gotta run for now. Okie dokie bucket. Whoa. Just call you bucket? Okie dokie rocket. Thank you for hanging out, Bean. And thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you. Take care, lovely. Take care. We never realized you would actually just deal with it and keep giving us money. Yeah, we never realized you wouldn't just deal with it. That's basically it. Like keeping a charismatic pet, yeah. Twitch is Amazon's charismatic pet. Another one? How many do we have now? 8. So many mosques. Twitch is profitable as a flex. Yep. Don't run with swords in your hands. Yeah, Rocket. You think we can't handle bad? We run Twitch. Yeah, basically. I mean, that's quite literally it. You know, Twitch, like, to be entirely fair, the amount of, like, live streaming and, like, bandwidth that Amazon has to run through just to keep Twitch running. Alright. Where are we? Oh my god! Ah! No! I was gonna get ready to wrap up! Remnant! Hi, Rem! Oh goodness, oh goodness. Hi, Bean! Remy Raid! Hi, lovely! Oh goodness. I'm never gonna get to end today, chat. Every time I want to get ready to raid out. 1 second, Beats. I gotta quickly close the door. There we go. Hi, lovely. How's it going? How was your stream? Welcome in, raiders. Okay, wait, let me say hi. Hi, Remnant. Hi, Azukra. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your names. Please shout at me and tell me how to say it correctly if I do butcher it. Hi, Mitsugi the Grey. Oh, what a fancy name. And now you can't leave. Nope, we're stuck here now. We're stuck. It wasn't on purpose, I swear. I'm sure it wasn't. No, but hi, welcome in, Raiders. If you do not know me, my name is Sento. You can call me Sen. I'm your local resident chaotic cat boy who likes to play a variety of video games, ranging from cozy to horror and everything in between. And our game of today, I don't think I need to explain, because you were probably also playing it. How was your stream? What were you up to today? What were you guys? Thank you, Plars. How was your stream, lovely? Also, yeah, anyone on my side, if you haven't, go click the link, go follow Remnant. They are an absolutely lovely, wonderful, cozy, comfy, amazing streamer. Super, super good vibes, and a really, really pretty model too, by the way. Just saying. But yeah, what were you up to? What would you guys? We just did claim chores and chatted about a bunch of... Oh, lovely. Those are the best, really. Also, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to our little Meownicipality. All followers, by the way, are anonymous. So if you just want to look around and you don't want to feel called out or anything like that, do not worry. Your name will not pop up on the screen. I will not call you out by name. That being said, if you want to talk to us in chat, I will happily thank you then in person or directly. By name. Wow, words hard. But yeah, how's it? Honestly, those are the most fun. Just kind of running around, not doing anything specific and just yapping. We have been on so many tangents today as well. I know it says currently that I'm live for 4 hours. That's because OBS crashed earlier. I've actually been live for 11. I started at 5. We've been live for 6 hours, roughly. But I am usually a more of a long haul streamer anyway, so it's fine. So I'm gonna quickly scroll up in chat just to make sure that I didn't miss anything. Just before, I have to finish logging bugs and feed my tiny humans. Thank you for being so welcoming. I got all but one drop. Oh, I'm so happy to hear that, Belle. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, Bean. I appreciate it. You're super sweet. It's been absolutely wonderful getting to yap with you. But yeah, go take care of the tiny humans. I appreciate you. Alright. There you go. They're quiet now because K-pop Demon Hunters is on. Oh. Your tiny humans and I have much in common, it seems. Zen is held hostage. Yep, there we go. Stream for another 3 hours. It honestly probably will go for at least another hour then. We've still got some time. I don't have to stop anytime soon. At least until my brain eventually starts to decay and I start not being able to make sense. Which honestly I don't usually make sense at the best of times, but you know. Have you got your blossoms, Remy? They go poof. Yeah, did you get lots of blossoms? Have you made sure to stock up? You have? Nice. Playing on 3 accounts while mostly lurking. Okie dokie, Azukra. Damn, 3 accounts though. That's I can barely keep myself busy with I can barely keep myself busy on 1 account. I don't think I'd ever be able to manage more than 1 account in Bitcraft. Because I get too easily distracted. But thank you. Thank you for the lurk bean. That's why I don't get to raid you often, because I stream 12 to 5 Eastern. It is another... we were overlapping, exactly. That is fair, because I do always notice that when I'm wrapping up, I have had a couple times where I see the notification that you're live and I'm like, oh, awesome. Then I can go raid Remy later. And then by the time I get ready to stop streaming, you're gone. Because we're streaming at the same time. Dang it. I'll get you back though. One of these days, you're gonna stream for an hour too long and then I'm gonna get you. And then I'm gonna get you. Just you wait. No, thank you, Bean. I really appreciate it. Thank you for entrusting me with your community. Also, before I forget, both you, Remy, and your raiders, if you guys need to do some self-care, please make sure to go do that. Go get something to eat, go get something to drink, go rest your eyes. Especially, you've been live for like 5 hours. So, like, go take care of yourself. Go cuddle a pet, go cuddle a person, as long as it's with consent. Do all of that self-care jazz, because self-care is extremely important, and most of us don't do enough of it in our day-to-day. So, go take care of yourself. We'll be here to hang out with you when you're done, if you want to yap, or just cozy up with us. Or we'll have raided into another Bitcraft streamer for anybody that's lurking and working on their drops. Don't you worry, you'll get those drops. You'll get that pretty mask. Because mine is bugged. I gotta start making dinner. Oh, yes. Go do that. And then pay food tax, please. Please and thank you. The one requirement I will place upon you is I would like to see a food tax, please and thank you. Like sharing tasty food in this household. Also, speaking of food tax, I just remember Pliers probably paid his and I didn't take a look-see. Oh! Both Pliers and Ruby paid. Oh! Oh my god. Oh, Pliers, that looks so good. What the heck? Bro. Okay, chat. Cuties. Adorable little beans. I'm gonna need you all to go look in the Discord right now. Okay? If you're not in the Discord, first of all, get in there. Because we get pet pics, food pics, art pics, and funny, cozy times. But, second of all, everybody in the Discord, I need you to go to the Tasty Tavern right now and look at the picture of food that Plaus just frickin' posted. Because that looks so picturesque. That looks so pretty. What the heck? That looks so pretty. That literally, like, that looks like it was like proper like food photography. Okay? Go. Also, can I have some Plaus? Please and thank you. I already forgot what I said I was gonna cook this week. I remember that I said something and then Plaus said, can I come over and have some? And I've already forgotten what that thing was. Roti! Yes, thank you. I'm gonna write that down before I forget. Because I will forget. I already did forget. There we go. I put it in capitals, my sticky note, so that I can't forget. There we go. Now I won't forget. Tasty food. Tasty food. Okay. But yeah. For everybody just popping in our adventures today. Originally, I actually wanted to do some claim maintenance stuff and start building out the Meownicipality a bit more. I actually wanted to start laying down the groundwork for our new housing district. And then I ended up getting sidetracked, and so we've been spending 6 hours gathering blossoms instead. Which, you know, still a good vibe. And then that probably means it's going to take, like, we're not going to be working on the housing district for because tomorrow is the update, and then we're going to be working on the update stuff tomorrow and going through all that new content, and then probably, like, gonna be a few days of going through all that new stuff a bit and focusing in on like new taming stuff and whatever gets added, and then we'll get it like a few days later, and then we'll probably start
It's time to care.
Hopefully. Thank you for the self-care redeem star. Alright. Cat, we have a rule around here. And that's that if I have to self-care, so do you. So take this break that's about to start in 15 seconds and drink some water, stand up, stretch, take care of your body because you've only got one. And it's important, just like you. Oh, I have not properly like twisted my neck around a bit today. I started stretching that now. Oh, that felt actually weird. Normally I'd be doing some stretching now, like post-stream, but here we are. So it's gonna be a late night stretching session, it seems, that I'm gonna have to rock into later. Who can we go? We're not gonna stop just yet, but I've already lost a potential raid target. I'm gonna take a look-see and potentially go say hi in a bit when we do. Then I can at least see if they haven't been online for too long, then there's chances that they'll probably still be online in like an hour's time. Because I'm gonna end in an hour's time is like the cutoff. No matter what happens, an hour from now, like before the next ad break hits, I'm gonna have to like cut off. No, don't climb down again. Why would you do that? Why do you hate me? What have I done? Deserve this. Thank you. Okay. Where do we... Where's all my trees? The trees are all gone. What do we got here? Ah, it's an invisible tree. It's just a little stumpy. There we go. Now he's visible. I love that. I don't know what causes that bug, but it's really funny. Because the tree just becomes a stump for a little while. Until you, like, hover through it in, like, the view angle that would turn it into a stump. And you come back around and all of a sudden it's... Okay. We've done at least 2 full inventory batches into the bank over there. So that's definitely at least a couple hundred tutorials. What I might do I'm debating either just like picking some of it up and bringing it all, like teleporting home and then just teleporting out again in the future to get more. What I could also do, I'm sorry. What I could also do is I could gather it all together and then put it in a boat and sail home. Then I'd be able to bring it all back in one go and not have to come out a second time to gather later. I might be the Hi, Star. You suddenly like I was like semi going into like a little trance there for a second. That's part of why I definitely need to end in the next hour. Because I think I'm gonna just start zoning out more and more as we get along. Like as I finished talking, I just kind of started staring. brain slowly going off. The neurons are slowly firing less and less. You have 5 blossom trees clustered there? Oh my. I'd love. I wonder, has Bitcraft map come back online properly? Or is it still not loading region 14? Let's see real quick. Or is it just not loading anything? Yeah, I can't see any of the blossom trees shown on there. Rip. There's my next tree here. Bad. No tracking the trees anymore. It's not loading anything for me now. Oh dear. Yeah, I was gonna say it's not showing on any of the I do still see like the sounds, the claims, and the words and stuff, but none of the resources. Bad. There we go. You see Blossom info? It was showing the other regions, but not even. Yeah, exactly. It's not showing any regions. You see them now, Star? Star, make a screenshot while you still can. Quick. Show the results of our efforts. Check the screenshots on my way. Oh my god. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, that's so wild. Especially compared to, yeah, if you look at what it was like 2 days ago. You see the first like carving and now? Oh, that's so funny. You can see that like the areas that we've mostly been like congregating in. I feel like if you overlaid the gaps in that map with the areas that are colored in on my map, a big portion of it would overlap pretty well. That's so fun. I'm the yellow dot, you're the green one. I love it. We're just out here slowly deforesting the entire region on the last day. Or at least the tundra. I do wonder why they decided to nuke all the blossoms out. Oh, invalid climb type. What? Okay, weird. That was odd. Didn't realize that was a bongo cat chibi? Oh, what, to emote? To do a little bonk? There you go. One bonk for you. Yeah, bongo cat has a bunch of little achievements. Sometimes I forget they added like a couple more. Oh, actually, that reminds me, because I did get... Wait, where's my... No. Okay. I did get this one. I got the amethyst cat. I add that to my... See if I can find... Let's find a new look. Let's find a new bongo cat look. Burb. Crown? Fancy hair? Building? Pancakes. Pancakes. You guys are hidden behind my screen. Can't see half of what. We did the little duo, the little gaming duo. Oh, that's cute. Amethyst bunny. Go. Take. Wizard. Me? So what's a good... Oh. Run out of tree. Go over there. Up the next. Is he trying to... I do kind of like the crowns. They are shiny. Not vibing with the firecracker. Or the paint. This one's kind of fun. Go with the hair. There you go. There we go. There's the new bong. There's our new bongo cat look. Emote 10 times. There's one to emote 1,000 times. Doing that in one go? Goodness, please don't. You'll get through it faster than you think, don't worry. A lot of the bongo chivos, like, pop through much faster than... Also, holy shit, chat. I just saw we're at 599 followers now. The heck? What the heck? I feel like it wasn't that long ago that we hit 500. Because I think what we did with the Lethal Company stream was originally supposed to be a 500 followers celebration. And now we're literally one away from 600 already? That's crazy. What the heck? How? Oh, so fast. Damn. The numbers be zooming. Yeah, Star just shared a screenshot of it. There's a beautiful trail of destruction in the in the tundra that overlaps pretty well with my trail of discovered areas. It's pretty funny. I'm curious to see, like, I kind of wish we were able to take a screenshot of like the whole region before we started this and then afterwards. But hey, at least now you'll be able to track your blossoms for the last... How many hours is it? There's still a good few hours. Oh, Star's now a goo cat. Wish the site was working before we started. Yeah, that would have been a really fun, like, before. I mean, we still have a semi before and after with the screenshot that you took from Monday's stream. Was it Monday stream or was it Sunday stream? Not sure. Oh, it was 2 days ago, so Monday stream. We still have like a semi before and after, but yeah. Would have been fun to see exactly what we did today alone. And while it wouldn't just be us, because I know Valerica was out here gathering together with me, I think I saw at least like 2 other people that were out here gathering. And of course you were also gathering out here, Star. Corn was out here gathering with us for a bit. So many beans. Everybody gathering those last minute blossoms. Oop. Just over the horizon. I think if we keep going south this way, we're gonna start bumping into a lot more blossoms again. We'll find another one of the patches that I missed the first time round. Our last bit of mass deforestation. Yeah, what we'll do is we'll go until I either fill up my inventory or until we're like 15 minutes away from an ad. And then we'll go right out to the Bitcrafter. How many? There's a couple people live. Should be good. There's a couple potential targets for us to go. I've done this a few times now, where I've pressed some button that makes it so that the radius that you see when you're holding down Alt is constantly visible. But I don't know what button actually triggers this. Hmm. Hmm. This will be the last Blossom Gathering. Then I go back to claim stuff. And go semi-AFK, yeah. The tree thing might be X? No, not the, no. You see when I'm hovering over this object, you see that green border around? Like on the map? Like, oh, it's over like here when I hover over the piece of grass. When you press Alt, that shows you the radius in which resources will be gathered into your deployables. As long as your deployables within that radius, the resources you gather can like deployable. Or if your deployables within that radius, your crafting like tables and stations will be able to gather from that. It's basically the interaction rate deployable. And so normally this shows up when you hold Alt down and you hover over a resource or a station. Yeah. The green radius thing, unsure what button it is. All I know is there's a little button next to the map where you can toggle it on and off. No, oh no, this is also something else. That's claim borders. The one over here, if you're talking about that, that's borders for your claim. That's another separate thing. This one on the mini-map, that shows all the area that does and does not belong to a claim. That looks like a green kind of fiery effect going up. This one here, if you look, I'm trying to look where you can. Talking about the world labels? Oh, did I toggle the world labels? That's interesting. I've never had that show up with. I guess how did I press U? Because the shortcut is U for the. Is there another shortcut for world labels? I never realized that world labels. Oh. Who's next to I, so maybe accident. You were looking. Sorry. Maybe. Was I looking at my inventory earlier? I don't know. I feel like I noticed it after I came back from checking for potential raid targets. Oh no, I was checking my inventory. Yeah, maybe. So I probably hit it then. Yeah, that would make sense actually. Detective Corn is on this. Thank you, Corn. Big brain. Big brain Corn. I've remapped my inventory toggle to E instead. It's just nicer that way for me. That's fair. I don't mind the I. I feel like for me, it's usually either like I or B, or like backpack. Mine is F. I'm guessing E comes from Sky, Corn? Would be my assumption. Alright, Hi, Panda. Thanks for talking good behind my back. I would only ever talk good. However, to your face, I will tell you that you might be a little stinky. But we love stinky around here. No, I got you, friend. Hey, listen, you don't have anybody to thank for that, besides yourself for being a good bean. I say it like it is. So if someone's a good bean, I'll tell people they're a good bean. Oh, sorry, 1 second, chat. Alright. So, yeah, you got yourself to thank for that. Okay, chat. So now, the previous conversation has got me thinking, alright? What are your go-to hotkeys? What is the most logical button to open your inventory for you? Because we've already got an E, we've got an F. For me, it's usually either I or B. I wanna know everybody's choice. Need to do what? To open your inventory. If you're opening your inventory in a game, what button makes the most sense to you? or 2 buttons. So many cuties in chat watching the cutest cat. Don't go saying stuff like that, because then I don't know how to respond. Blah. The only time I feel like I'm about to cut is when I'm blossom hunting. Okay, E, I or B. Tab. Ooh, I didn't think about tab. Yeah, tab makes sense. E, I or E. Tab from Biotic 2. Okay, okay. What if we do a poll? Should we do a poll on which one is the what's the best inventory button? I knew a guy who used shift spacebar. Okay. Listen. This is a no judgment space, right? This is a place where I want you to be free to be yourself and you know, this is a place where I want you to feel unjudged for who you are as a person and be safe to express yourself as the person you truly are. However, Panda, I think that person you know may or may not be a sociopath. No. I'm sorry, no. It's not my keybind, it was a WoW friend. Oh, it's for WoW, I'm heavily judging. Yeah. That's kind of sociopathic. That's my sprint get me out of here buttons. Exactly. Shift is either sprinting or dodging, and space is jumping. Okay? No, he's a maniac. It's totally justified. Okay, good. Shift space bar is auto run for me in WoW. That person, you know, Panda, is a psychopath. Thank you. I'm glad. The one thing we can all unify on is that this individual is a bit of a psycho. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, look at this. We've come into the Blossom Heaven. And we got some ruins too. Okay. These dang bees need to go away. Really, I missed my big hit. Of course I missed my because this game hates me. Can you stop missing? You've fought like hundreds of these things. Can you stop missing? Thank you. He's the type of guy I could call and have him fight like 5 people for me. Aw. That's wonderful though. That's the best kind of psychopath. I really don't care much about what buttons you use in games and stuff, like everyone has their own way of key mapping, but shift and space to open inventory is diabolical. Okay, what would be your most unhinged keybind? Okay, specifically, what would be your most, like, unhinged keybind that you've used in a game? I'm trying to think of mine right now, and I can't think of one, so maybe this was a terrible question. Actually, no, I do know. It was, was it, I had for one of those like action combat games, you know, with like real time dodging and like parrying and stuff. I had my dodge on shift, which is I think is pretty normal. Space was jump, but then I had control for parry. So every time I would like, my friend thought I was really unhinged for it because I'd always be moving my pinky finger between shift to dodge and control to parry. I don't think I'd be able to play that now. I think if I tried to do that nowadays, I'd absolutely just completely fuck everything up. But I think that's probably the weirdest button choice I ever made. With a pinky press. I don't think I have that many like unhinged button choices. Caps locks for push to talk. I heard caps lock yell at people in text chat all the time. That's funny though. I like that. I have two buttons on my mouse, which are the backwards and forwards button. And so I have the back button for my push to mute. And it works completely fine whenever I'm in game, but if I ever click onto my browser, I accidentally keep pushing like the back button and going back a page. And completely just like mixing up everything. It's not the smartest keybind I've ever had, but like whenever I'm in game, it's completely fine. It's only when I accidentally decide to tab into something that it becomes a bit of a nightmare. Also, to be honest, caps lock for push to talk is hilarious. Yeah, I love that. Oh no, that's the worst. When you accidentally like go back on whatever webpage you're on. I've had so many times that I like logged into something and I was like I needed to quickly like mute in Discord and I pushed my push to mute button. And then I go back and I'm like, God damn it. I have to relog. Need a crit ring for hunting. Sucks to suck. I already got one. Oh. I guess you're gonna have to join on the gathering, the prospecting adventures, Biotic. Another reason I have my new keyboard and mouse is because the mouse wheel on my previous mouse broke, so I figured out how to rebind the num 8 and 2 to be the scroll keys. That's smart. That's smart. See? Corn is a smart cookie. Figuring out. Damn. How full is your inventory? I've still got one row left. We're gonna see which lasts longer, chat. This row or the next 20 minutes. This row or the next 20 minutes. Because we are ending stream before the next ad break round, that's for sure. And I got my new stuff, and life's been good again. That's why scroll lock exists. Same for page up and down. Home for top of page, end for end of page. I'll give you an ad before you end. This stream is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. Could you imagine?
Darling, hold my hand. Nothing beats a Send To holiday. And right now you can save 50 ingots per automaton. That's 200 ingots for a settlement of 4.
Okay, well, well played, Biotic. Well played. I did not see that one coming. I did not see that one coming. Not the Send To holiday. Oh dear. Silly me. But before we continue this deforestation, I'd like to thank today's sponsor, Cabe Labs LLC. We do what we want because we can for the benefit of no one but us. And you sometimes. It should be and you sometime. Terms and conditions apply. Right. Drop. Thank you for the clip star. Oop. Oop. Oh, headless. I became the headless goatsman. How are we looking? Got a bit more. Probably like 2 more trees and then we're gonna be full. Okay. So. Who should we go raid after this? Who should we go say hi to? I'm not sure yet. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-bum. Okay. Next tree. I think the next thing I want to do as well. At some point in time, I want to start trying some tool grind to get some really high rarity streams. Some really high rarity tools. I want to see what it's like to actually try and roll for legendaries and mythics. Once we finish building out the housing district of the claim, the housing, we've finished most of our tier 5 upgrades now, I'm pretty sure. There's still a couple buildings that need to get made. And then I completely forgot. The initial plan for today was I was gonna sort out the storage for the storehouse. For the mining and masonry storehouse. I never freaking did it. Dang it. We need to get around to that still. Oh god. That's a lot of text. Gabe's Labs and its subsidiaries, like the word hard. Me no English. Me no English. Sorry, I only speak Dutch. I cannot English today. Gabe Labs and its subsidiaries, like the G Labs IRC network and GO&E, Gabe's Odds and Ends, are not responsible for the death, injury, or damage of any kind, psychological, mental, physical, metaphysical, cognitive, existential, sensory, or pseudo-thaumaturgic. Terms and conditions apply. Please ask your local G Labs ILC spokesperson for permission to view the terms and conditions of service and use. There you go. Word hard. Me no English. Me no speak the English very well. Ponty's Pizza! Oh no. Come on down to Ponty's Pizza. I should get a sound redeem for Ponty's Pizza, I feel like. I wonder if there's already a soundbite for that one out there. I wonder where we would put that redeem. I still want to at some point set up like a system for the first words thing. In the same way that like it goes wee 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 when Plaus is supposed to come in, but the first words for StreamerBot itself seems to be weirdly broken. I need to figure out how the first words event works in StreamerBot, because it doesn't seem to be a per stream thing, but it seems to have like a certain time cooldown related to it. Yeah. Gotta clip myself reading all that and the terms and conditions in my announcer voice. You can put that on as a... I don't know, it's like an introduction thing if someone joins your server. Alright. We have 10 minutes before the ad, so I'm going to look at our target list and pick out a Bitcrafter for us to go bother. Chat, who do you think we should go to? Anyone have any strong feelings about a specific streamer to go see? Look at all those little bongo cats be tapping away. You know, I've never gotten to say hi to actually. I don't think I've gotten to raid into say hi to. Yeah, let's go say hi to them. Okay. Alright, kitties. With 8 minutes to go before the ads, and it usually takes me a minute to wrap up, I am going to start wrapping up the stream here. So, first of all, I want to say thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I appreciate you choosing to spend your time here. It means a lot to me. We've been here for a good hot minute today. And you guys have been hanging out and given love and being wonderful and super cozy and amazing and magnificent because you're all amazing. But we are gonna raid out. We are gonna be back tomorrow evening. So it won't be normal stream times. Tomorrow evening, we do a bonus stream to go over the Bitcraft update. So all the new stuff that's coming out tomorrow, and trust me, you're gonna like it. So we'll go over that tomorrow. We'll do some cozy Bitcraft vibes. It probably won't be as long of a stream. It'll maybe be like a 3-4 hour stream. And then we'll be good to go. But yeah. We're gonna go say hi to a fellow Bitcraft partner who I haven't actually gotten to say hi to before. Okay. But yeah. Either way, I want to make sure all of you beans know. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for spending your time here. And whether you're here for a minute, whether you're here for the whole stream, whether you're lurking, chatting, or anything in between, you are appreciated. And you are loved. And that's a fact. So I hope you know that. Don't you dare go trying to deny it. Right. Please join me in going and saying hi to Heretic. Thank you guys. Take care. Our raid message is gonna just be shit. What is what do we do as a raid message? Do we just meow meow at them? Do we just meow meow? We'll hit them with the meowdy partner. Okay. Our raid message will be bada bing, bada boom, meowdy partner. If you do not have access to my emotes, then for 80 meowny in the channel point section right underneath the chat, you can unlock a static emote of your choosing to use for the next 24 hours all around Twitch, and you can unlock the cool emote to join us in the raid. If you cannot do that or do not want to do that, you can also use Twitch's very own cool cat emote. You're all a bunch of cool cats, and that's a fact. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I hope to see you again tomorrow evening for some bonus Bitcraft streaming. It's been just a whole Bitcraft week this week. It's actually kind of crazy. But yeah, thank you. Take care. Love you lots. And I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, bye. Mwah! Hi, Kaisla. Bye, Kaisla.